Hello, everybody, and welcome to Testing Grounds number 17. I am Kater, and I'm joined here today by Quark.
Yes, and we're going to be starting off with 20 Pew Pew versus Reflection. So I hope you all are ready for some bamboos.
I am very, very excited for this one, just because, no armor gimmick. 20 Pew Pew is gonna thrive here.
Yeah, because this week, no armor. And just as a quick note, if a team does run armor, and hopefully they will do it this game, they lose the game, and then if they do it again, they lose the set, and if they do it, they drop the turret. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but just not.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't come to that, But yeah, lack of armor is gonna make this tournament really interesting, I hope. I mean, I just want to see the weapon choices that get pulled out. We're gonna get started here on Tower Control and Inkblot Art Academy. One of the maps where you really got to control plat. I mean, all of the modes on Inkblot kind of work like this. You fall the checkpoint. I can't talk. The first checkpoint falls usually with little to no resistance, and then around the second checkpoint is generally where the game gets a lot harder.
No, on Inkblot, even getting out of the first checkpoint's gonna be painful as soon as you're around
that's
that
fair,
wall.
yeah.
Every angle, and sometimes if you don't manage to clear plat even a little, if you're pushing without specials or pushing without a significant person advantage, even getting to the first checkpoint's painful because of the placement of life and all that. So how do you think quad bamboo is gonna work on this stage?
I mean, it's definitely not the worst stage to play quad bamboo on, and there it is. Against Flingza. Don't see that get pulled out often, but happy to see it here. So yeah, two MK1s for the missiles, and then an MK2 and an MK3. Pretty well balanced comp as far as you can get with all of the same weapon. Immediately though, two of them are going to go down, and so it looks like it's Reflection with the first tower take, and the combination of the missiles from the Flingza as well as the pressure from the splatter scope is going to force the remaining members to back up a little bit. Right now this is Reflection game, although the machine does go down. We're seeing the Flingza here.
Flingza's in a bad place. Whoa, they get the kill!
They get the pick. They're looking for the second there. Almost.
Yeah, and they
not quite though.
They're a bit stuck out, but 20 Pew Pew is still 2 down, and this bamboo. Yep, they get sniped. Bamboo does bamboo things, and that push to 65. It's significant, but it looks like Reflection is gonna be forced back. So the machine's gonna go for a cheeky kill, but the bamboo is just gonna say, nope, nah, I'm just gonna run away. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
And I really like the rapid K machine combination, the amount of chip damage we're gonna see coming out of the comp. But now we have Reflection 2 down, 20 PP still 1 down. They got the specials ready. They've got the bubbles, which are gonna help block stealing them, and then it's gonna jump out. So that's an effective 3 down for the side of Reflection. Another snipe coming right out of Razzle. Missiles coming out, bubbles coming out. 20 PP is saying, "Yep, okay, it's our turn to make a move, and we're gonna do a lot more damage than you did."
Yeah, already they're in the 60s, and with no sign of stopping down, they just very swiftly take the lead there. 20 PPU's got a lot of pressure on the plat of Reflection, but Express here has that bomb rush, gonna get a pick as well. They're looking for another in Charger versus Charger here. A little bit of a tap shot fight, ending in a draw as the member of 20 PPU chooses to jump out, and that's a push all the way to 40, which does clear that second checkpoint, meaning that if 20 PPU gets to make subsequent pushes, they're going to be a lot easier from. That's a huge advantage there. Right now, though, Tower's going to get reset back to mid, and with 4v4 right now, Espress is really, really playing an aggressive charge here, forced to back a little bit, though, by that Fizzy Bomb. The members of 20 PPU, though, seem pretty scattered. I mean, Razzle's they're all on their own and getting rushed by 2 members of Reflection right now. They're going to go down there, and with Johnny here on the K-Rapid, going in with Baller, it looks like Reflection is setting up for a push and hopefully to take the lead for their own.
Yeah, the Giants in a really good position here. They're throwing the torpedoes. They're trying to get it, but the bamboos are coming back out. Another one going down. Missiles coming out scattering, and that's going to be difficult to maneuver. And the bamboo, and it's not quite the lead. It's a 2v2 now. And the 3 down. They're going to go for the Rapid, and Reflection barely gets the lead. The Rapid managing to stand charge just long enough, managing to tower dance around all those lasers. But it's not going to be hard for 20 PPU to get back. I think these get one more wave. Their checkpoints in their way. They can easily get the lead back here. They're getting specials online. And Reflection is still responding, so it's still anyone's game as we move into just about 2 minutes left.
Yeah, definitely. With the members of Reflection all having gone down there, they're going to have significantly less special resource and paint. And 20 people had 3 specials online. You're going to see the missiles pop. Fortunately, one of them does go down, but that's going to be a 1 down situation for both teams here, as those Bubbles are gonna try and get popped as a shield, but it's not going to work as the MK3 just gets killed around. And another great snipe from Express here. They're really holding their ground all throughout this match as that just stops what could have been a potentially devastating push out of 20 Pew Pew.
Yeah, they took 20 Pew Pew and Express delivery to death. You don't mind the pun.
Yeah, Express, it's just kind of
like stupid, crazily accurate.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say stupidly, but they do go to bamboo, but that was really impressive what they just did. And they're still trying to push, so they are going to be... They get a pick on 20 Pew Pew. Another one, Razzle's in trouble. And despite being briefly having a disadvantage, RefleXion manages to continue their push, keeping 20 Pew Pew on the back foot. And it looks like the bamboo's back. The Fizzy Bomb is going to force them off power, but missiles are going to come out, and RefleXion still has another special to work with. The 20 Pew Pew does as well, but it's only the bubbles. And it looks like Prior's just going to keep watching, trying to figure out what the bamboos are. So they're a bit weak. If they get sniped, they might be in trouble. And, yep, they get sniped. 99
That's
point
as you say.
That's not even a 99 point bamboo. They're not running any MPU at all, actually. So, they must have taken more damage than I thought. You know, Orleans going for the charger, forcing them to back off, throwing bombs to try to finish them off. But it's going to get flanked by a machine, popping bubbles, but the splashdown, wow, it's a really nice 1v1 going here. And they take out the machine last second with a bubble and a fizzy bomb.
Yeah, and another pick as well. Razzle kind of getting their revenge for what happened earlier on in the game, using this really nice angle to put pressure on the members of RefleXion that think they're safe on plat. We are under 10 seconds left right now, and Razzle is just going in with the tap shots, unfortunately going to get taken out. Kiki rushing for the tower, so they're going to get on it, but unfortunately they just immediately get taken out by Express, who puts their foot down and ends that game narrowly in favor of RefleXion.
Yes, and very good sharing on both sides. The set could still go either way. It is play all three, so we will see 3 games coming out. And 20 Pew Pew putting up a lot of specials coming out, surprisingly. Though Prior also pumping out 9, which is equally crazy.
Yeah, and Express with the 13k, I believe that was really nice, especially for a charger. They were playing very aggressively throughout that entire game, and hey, it paid off!
Express Slayer Train, indeed, or something like that. The Express Chained Slayer 11. And now we're going to be moving on to Rainmaker on Ryubar Cartel, which I think is going to suit these bamboos really well.
Oh boy, yeah, I mean, we all know how it is when a long-range weapon like a Charger or a Splatling has their way on Rainmaker, and with bamboo's high mobility and really fast kill time, this is just going to be heaven for them, especially if they have the range advantage over RefleXion here. But then again, RefleXion did have weapons like the K-Rapid and the Scope, so they're not completely at a disadvantage here, especially if they make, you know, good weapon choices and play it well.
If anything, it looks like RefleXion's comp was in some way calculated to counter 20 Pew Pew, because you got the K-Rapid and the machine with the chip damage are going to make it really hard to fight them, because they can avoid giving the bamboos line of sight, and then you have the Fizzy Bomb and the Torpedo especially, which is going to make the bamboos waste their charges shooting down torpedoes unless they want to get killed by the chip damage. And then a Charger to fight them, and a Flingza to give them the more mobile skirmisher weapons in the K-Rapid and the machine enough paint to keep operating and keep putting it. The main goal is to keep putting out missiles, which is going to force 20 Pew Pew to move a lot, and if they have to move out of the places where the bamboo is comfortable, it's going to make it a lot harder for them and a lot easier for the K-Machine and the K-Rapid to do the damage and keep them suppressed.
Yeah, definitely. I was interested in your comment about the flings. I mean, when I saw that, I was a little bit worried because, you know, Flings' vertical flick is pretty slow, so like, and we saw the Flings, they use it to fight the bamboos on even ground, and I was worried that, you know, they would get killed mid-flick like a bamboo would with a dynamo or something, but they actually survived pretty well, and we did see a lot of missiles come out of them that match, so I do believe it was a nice pick. I mean, 20 Pew Pew runs their bamboo gimmick well, but it makes them mildly predictable as well, and if you set your comp up to specifically having countering bamboo in mind, it can really be detrimental to them. We're gonna load in here and see a pretty similar comp as well.
Actually, a pretty big change coming out of 20 RefleXion, though. Instead of opting for damage weapons, we're gonna see them trying to find them. We got the Tetras, which I think will help a lot, just outmaneuvering all the bamboos. And the Splashdown as well. And then we got the more conventional K-Shot coming out from Prior, it looks like. Oh, that's Johnny, not Prior. We've got double missile comp, which I think will help a lot on a long map like Albacore, but it's gonna, I think it's, they don't have, well, obviously there's no armor, they don't have any other specials that are gonna really help them get across grates, no bubbles, no baller, and nothing else, and Johnny's losing it, getting a top shot for the bamboo. It's a 2v2 with 2 bamboos, and that's a 2v1 rather. for 20 Pew Pew, but the Flingza gets a nice pick with Kiki and Pryor squaring off, just trying to get something. And Kiki does a great job getting 2 jumps in, so now Pryor's in trouble, but the Tetras are coming in and help Pryor take them out, but then the Tetras go down. That's 20 Pew Pew down, and RefleXion does take the first pick of the Rainmaker, and it looks like they're going to take it right across grids because they've got Kiki pushed all the way back.
Yeah, and that Firefin, that is a Firefin, is going to have the Splash Wall. We saw that used to help take a little bit of the damage there. They did get to 37. It does seem like a lot, and the Tetras are going to go in, try and immediately deny that pick, but going to get taken out themselves. 3 specials online, but 1 is with the Rainmaker, and oh, unfortunate Rainmaker getting taken out right there. So we have 2 down now on the side of 20 Pew Pew, and RefleXion is yet again in control of the Rainmaker and generally in mid. They're just going to pick it up again. And it looks like they're trying to take it out of on this right side right now. As 20 Pew Pew is 1 member down, they do have an advantage, and they are making their way again. Fortunately, getting shut down by those bubbles there, but still a nice attempt to stall out 20 Pew Pew as we are about 1 minute and 50 seconds into this match now.
And impressively, Express and the Tetras managing to still stay alive. The bomb rush coming out, and the Tetras just dodging like a crazy. But at this point, they're still alive. I don't know. Okay,
they finally went down.
Crazy how much they managed to dodge.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's the beauty of Tetras.
Yes, they roll and they roll and they roll, and everyone screams, "Ah, why can't we hit them?"
I once heard somebody say that Tetras have more rolls than a bakery.
Yes,
and there they are again.
So I think the bakery would want to challenge them a bit. Whether their branding depends on having a lot of rolls, maybe.
I suppose so.
Yes, we do see Kiki trying to paint around to that's the other leak is to have. Bamboos don't have a terrible amount of painting, especially against a Flingza and a K-Shot, and those bomb rushes are coming out. Kiki looking for some missiles, gonna fire them. I'm not quite sure why they put them out already, but they're probably just feeling the pressure. And it looks like someone from RefleXion actually pops the Rainmaker, and the angle is just so awkward for Kiki. The Rainmaker is still alive. I don't know how, but they're still alive.
Around
and they're fighting back, and they're still not dead. I don't know how they survived all that. That was crazy. The Tetras finally showing up to back up their teammate, take another one out. And Kiki is they're fighting for their life. They're doing a really good job staying alive as well. But the final, and they still stay, oh, Johnny finds it. They survive all those explosions. Rainmaker's going for it. They're still managing to stay alive, but they're going to get a lot of burst bombs dropped on their head. Okay, they finally get taken down.
They stayed alive for an impressively long time there.
Yes, their final undoing was the sniper rifles. It was water balloons.
I'd like to point out that as we head into the last minute and 30 seconds of this match, we still do not have a single point on the board for 20 Pew Pew right now. They've just been fighting against the considerable pressure that RefleXion has been putting on this entire match. The only time they picked up the Rainmaker was when they were trying to get it out of their base, I believe. So right now with, again, 20 Pew Pew going 3 down, and that's a full wipe on their side, and really they just have not been in control of mid at all, as Pryor on the Flingza just gonna squid around here on this uninkable ramp, get a lot of miss thrown at them from those MK2s, but RefleXion yet again having control of the Rainmaker to just bring it up closer and closer to that pedestal. They're going for the KO, and wow! I mean,
to dodge all those tap shots.
There we go, yeah.
Really crazy movement we're seeing coming out of all of RefleXion, just dodging every single bamboo shot. Well, not every single, but dodging a lot of bamboo shots.
A good amount of them, too.
Pryor, this time instead of... Last time they only got 5k, this time leading the K with 11, doing so much damage to that roller, and combined the team got, I think it was 8 missiles, or it was a lot anyway.
Yes, 8 missiles.
Now we're moving into spot zones and black bow skateboard, which I feel like it's going to be a bit awkward for the bamboos, given all the sight lines.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that too. Black Belly is just like a bunch of compressed humpbacks in one area, in my opinion. Like, you have all of these curves, and like it limits the places that you can take straight shots all the time, and combined with the bamboos, you need to hit 2 shots unless your enemy already has damage, and all of that. And given the work that we've seen the Flingza putting in with all of those kills, especially last match, I feel like it's going to be roller heaven for them.
I like how you called Black Boy Skate Park compressed Humpback. It's like
Well, yeah, I mean it is. It's like if you
wait.
just took humpback, like a bunch of humpback pump tracks and like shove them all into one box, and you get Black Belly.
It's like if you used a JPEG. It's like if you made Humpback a JPEG with a whole bunch
Oh
of
my
extra
god,
compression.
you're right.
Nice, those nice JPEG artifacts. Like a really badly compressed MP3 file.
It's like if you like tried to export it and you from like an image editing program and it got corrupted.
Maybe not that much. I wouldn't call Black Belly corrupted, but it's a bit.
It's not corrupted negatively. It's just like the file got messed up and boom, Black Belly.
Yeah, the slopes are going to play, I think, a really large factor. I think the Mark III bamboo is going to have the best shot here, just because fizzies are going to be really good for controlling a lot of the central areas and spot zones. But I think they're going to struggle as well because you've got fizzies, you've got two curling. If they run the same comp, two curling bombs, and then a mist. Without any lethal bombs such as
Like splatter suction bombs, yeah.
it's going to be difficult. And apparently, Reflection briefly left the PB for the last.
Man.
And this is our regular. It's play all three, not best of.
Yeah.
So there was the one time we were gonna change it to best, or I think we did change it to best of three, just to mess with people a little.
What? That's so mean. Never best.
No, it wasn't BO3, but
that's a horrible idea. Please never
idea.
do that.
I mean, if people want that in the Twitter polls, eventually that'll happen.
Oh my god. Okay.
Purity of majority and all that.
This is your regular reminder to please read the rules before you participate in a tournament.
That's fine. It's an understandable mistake.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
We just get to make more bad jokes about Black Belly, so it's a win-win.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, does anyone actually skate here? That's the real question.
I tried to at some point, and then I just stopped. I don't know.
Maybe that's 20 pew pews a secret weapon. They're still gonna ride it on skateboards.
Yeah, is that even allowed? Is that allowed? Like, is Judd going to like stop the match? If that happens?
Judd's secretly a skateboard
oh, is that
so.
that's some bias? I don't think you're allowed to have bias if you're judging. But here we go.
Whoa, a crazy Conquer reflection.
Lack of range.
Looks like they just intend to rush 20 pew pew down, which on this map is a good strategy, I think.
I mean, yeah, not a bad strategy at all.
Be throwing so many booyah bombs. There's gonna be a whole bunch of hammers coming out. The splits are gonna be really hard to hit. It looks like the Tetra's going down first, and the custom junior. I thought that was a V junior at first, but the custom junior coming out for once in the world.
Yeah.
So the rain, the booyahs at long range, and the hammers and splashdown crows out. 20 pew pew is gonna have a day. And we already see a coming out, the burst bomb slapping them, and Pryor's going at Slayer Arrow, but the trade coming out, Wisdom managing to kill them, and Oily's getting brushed. Express just going right through. Oily going. Actually, wait, they were playing Charger earlier. It looks like they're playing out the Splish or Big River. So I know another person like that who plays heavy and Splish.
That's an impressive degree of flexing there. Razzle getting caught out in the corner with the rain and the bomb, just finishing them off. And here comes the hammer.
Ooh, the hammer throw!
Getting really a nice double. Unfortunately not able to get the triple, but yeah, a really nice hammer snipe there. And right now we see Reflection in control of the zone, and 20 Pew Pew has a little penalty on their 100, which is just like adding insult to injury, you know? Here's some penalty, even though you don't even have a single point on the board. And unfortunately that bomb rush not able to do much damage, as again, this rushing strategy seeming to work for Reflection, as we see the Tetris, going for a pick, not gonna quite get it though, but already we are below 50 for Reflection here, and with 20 Pew Pew being 2 down, 3 down again. Express really doing their job. I mean, that's exactly what a Sploosh is supposed to do, and going for another hammer snipe doesn't get it, but oh my god, okay!
Double. 20 Pew Pew getting blown up right as they get out of the spot.
Oh my god, and their 20 Pew Pew is 3 down again with the timer relentlessly ticking down. You see Wisdom on the side trying to do something of their own. Has that burst bomb rush, gonna even try and just get the zone neutralized to stop that ticking of the timer, but they cannot do much on their own as they just immediately get taken on. 20 Pew Pew's 3 down yet again. They just cannot survive getting rushed by Reflection's relentless cop here, and that is going to be the game in a smooth 3-0 for Reflection.
Yes, and generally we've seen in the past that 20 Pew Pew is very powerful as a team. Bimbo throws a lot of people. But this time, we have someone who figured out how to counter them.
And
Well,
played
they
the
did it
maps
very
called
well.
Chip damage on tower controlling plot, and then I didn't really see. They weren't playing to that much in Arowana. They just flat out did crazy shenanigans with the Rainmaker.
Do you mean Albacore?
Albacore. Sorry, Arowana Rainmaker.
I got mildly confused there, but yeah.
And then Spot Zone's going to. The Reflection overall did a really good job countering 20 PPU. We still saw that 20 PPU is incredibly strong, incredibly good with their chosen weapons, but
No, definitely.
the counter.
For having 4 of the same weapon on the team, that gimmick they are very very good with it, and I honestly respect
quad
it.
arrow MG though.
Oh my god!
You want to do that sometime?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, so I believe we will be taking a short break before round 2, so stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Testing Grounds. We are now in our second round of our Swiss stage. If you are just joining us now, I am Cater, and I am joined here by Quark.
Yes, and we're assuming the Grillers versus Symphony. Both of which are names I recognize. I don't know too much about your team, though. I've definitely seen the Grillers around. I believe they won Low Ink last July? Or something
A
like that.
while ago, yeah.
Yeah, they're both very established teams. We've both seen them around. This is going to be a good set, and we're going to be starting on... Clam Blitz on the Reef, which is very, very standard map, but a very, very cool map.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Reef Clams is one of those really, like you said, standard, really well-rounded maps. I personally am a fan of bubble weapons on this map, just because you get to have so much shielding, but also clearing out below the basket if you so desire. But really, the Reef kind of caters to a large variety of weapons, actually. You can find pretty much anything doing well here.
Yes, though you're a biased heavy deco player, but...
Okay, yes, I am biased, but...
Yes, but it's very good for all maps, because long-range maps have plenty of nice sightlines. I mean, you can bring out your E-liter 4K scope with 3 mains,
Of
9
MPU.
subs of MPU if you really want to shoot across the map and it works. Or you can bring out your Luna Blaster, or your Sploosh, and it'll work, because there's nice close spaces and ledges and fun stuff like that.
And anything in between. Also, save your E-liter for Moray Towers.
I will not. I will shoot across all of the reef I want.
Please do not. As a Splatling player, man, please do not.
You've got walls if you play heavy deco.
Okay, yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that the Splatling Charger
Anyway,
magic is...
though I do think we will see, likely, if I remember correctly,
yeah.
there's going to be a Splatling coming out of West Broadway. Or not West Broadway, but the Grillers.
Yes.
I'm too used to them being the West Broadway Grillers.
Yeah, that is true. The recent name change will probably trip me up as well. But here we go into our first match, and ooh,
there's Hydra.
Yeah, Hydra, then is it a V Hydra? That is a V Hydra.
Okay, I thought that was a C Hydra.
Right,
for a second, I was worried. I was like, oh no.
I keep forgetting that the no armor is a thing. And then on the side of Symphony, we got the NZAP 89 coming up, presumably as a substitute to the 85. So a couple of nice little substitutions here. I mean, you don't see Vanilla Hydra, so that's a bit of a treat. Early trade from the, not trade, but, oh, actually, okay, you know what? Symphony goes 3 down very quickly, and this is an opportunity for the Grillers to push up farther, but it looks like, actually, Symphony is still going to do a good job of holding down despite being many members down, as really the Grillers do go some members down and just aren't able to take advantage of that. But yeah, that was a really nice fall-off kill by the Hydra there, as it looks like they're going for another, but the Dually Squelchers managed to evade very quickly. Grillers are now 2 down, and Symphony has no members down, but... And there's the power clam. The splashdown coming out of the Vanilla Hydra. You don't see that very often anymore, but it looks like they're forced to back up as they're getting missiles and walls and very many things thrown at them. And this is going to be a push here.
Yeah, the Grillers, like I was gonna say, they got in trouble. Devi got stranded at a really bad angle for them, and then the rain came out, though Symphony does go 3 down, but they got all the way down to 38. The Grillers is getting grounded back, they're getting clams, they're looking to be able to set up a push really quickly because Symphony's been 3 down. But they've only got a few clams, and it's going to be a struggle for them they're going to push now if they do want to get the lead, because they'd have to run back for more clams. So it's better for them now to just sort of bide their time a little. So they do go forward, they get a trade, but it looks like that was an sneaky autobomb coming out of Talker, actually. I thought that was Swelling or something. Taking and the Grillers is going to go 3 down yet again with Devi managing to stay alive. But, oh, hey, Devi also got blown up by an autobomb.
No, I believe those were the missiles that canceled their splashdown. That's unfortunate, but also, I mean, nice timing.
That's a run moment right there.
Yeah, it really is.
By a random explosion.
And we have the 2 power clams, and so many Booyah bombs right now getting thrown at the basket. Missiles at the ready for Symphony as well, so those are going to come out. And they have very, very many clams online with the 2 power clams. They're going to get both of them in, actually, getting down to 29 right now. And they have some more clams that are just going to get thrown in.
Saku's KO.
They do not anymore. Oh, Takara, yeah, Takara going sneaky, but they don't have any clams on them. And getting taken out, that's going to be 3 down on the side of Symphony right there. Getting all the way down to 8, though, which is really, really nice going into the second half of this match, where the Grillers still don't have a single point on the board yet. They have to come and take back control of mid before they can even think about pushing, but right now, it's a 4v4 situation, just a stalemate fight for mid, which is not where the Grillers want to be.
Yeah, not at all. They really need the upper hand here, and need like a significant amount of map control advantage. Looks like Gem's gonna try to help them get that. They've expended multiple specials. So they get 2 down on Symphony. They've got a chance. They've got the splashdown. They can make a move here, but and then the Grillers or Symphony's gonna go 3 down. Saku's gonna get taken out. So it looks like the splashdown is a bit wasted, and they're gonna go for it. The Grillers finally getting points on the board. They've still got specials in line. It's a 3v3. Gem's gonna have to be. Oh, that's not Gem. That's I don't know who that was, but they're gonna have to be careful. They're going down, and Cookie getting a few in, but also getting taken out. The Grillers putting up a sizable push, finally, but they weren't quite in the right position to stay alive. Though I noticed we do see a lot more people dying in general. I guess that's just because no armor, with the NSET players playing
That
89
is true,
instead.
yes, yeah.
Probably because I'm a little surprised to see 89s because people don't like that. It's less meta, but I suppose if mostly what you're playing is Zap, you might as well just pull out the same main weapon, but with a bit more of a harassing kit. And it looks like Symphony's gonna step for a push.
Yeah, I mean, they've just constantly had the pressure going this entire game, with Grillers going 3 down again, the Zap being the only one left alive. This leaves room for Takara to just throw in the last few clams. They get taken out, but not fast enough, and that's going to be a nice KO for Symphony in this first game.
Yeah, that was really well played. Symphony dominated the whole match. It just looked like West River is always on the back foot. Cookie doing a great job, but the rest of their team not quite coming up to the same standard, which I think probably hurt the Cookie was putting all the work in, really, to some extent.
Yeah, it could have. Yeah, it may have also just been a possible case of teammates maybe being a little bit isolated from each other or not being able to work together as much as they'd like. That's sometimes reflected in when that happens.
Yes.
What?
No, we're good.
Oh, yeah. We are now going to be moving into tower control on Mako Mart, which I like this map mode. I mean, it's very cool, in my opinion. With Mako stacks in general, it really lends itself to a lot more short-range weapons, like Dapples, like Try, to zoom around these corners, these ledges, and take advantage of them, because anchors or other weapons trying to set up on top of these stacks can just be met with Slayers constantly popping their heads up on the corners and taking them out.
The long-range weapons do their place, but as a Dapple and Try player, as you know, I do
yeah.
really like this. So it's my turn to be biased about a map, I guess. It's a good map for all solo weapons I play, honestly. Like, because it favors mid-range weapons still work really well, and all Slayers are very effective here. But if we see like a Carbon or a Try come out, they're gonna have a field day. It's because of all the tight spacing.
Yeah, tight spaces and ledges galore, as well as those slight slopes that lead up and down through mid, which can give sloshers and rollers very, very nice height advantages.
Yeah, and there's a lot of also just blind corners where a carbon can hide, or hero can hide, and then you turn the corner and crunch. You have been crunched.
Yeah, you get flattened by a roller or whoever has been hiding there. It's not a very pleasant experience. Alright, we are heading into the second match now. That V-Hydra is going to make a reappearance, and that's a V-Luna. Yeah, that's a V-Luna. Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's good. I like that pick. Finally seeing a defensive special coming out. That baller, it's going to probably help to replace the armor, at least for that one player. And then the carbon, like we said.
Yep, here's the carbon. I have to see how that plays out. I'm really excited to hopefully see some nice carbon kill moments on stream. Carbon's one of my favorite weapons to watch gameplay of, actually. And, okay, you know what? Griller's immediately going, not immediately, but very, very quickly going 3 down again. And the Hydra just the only one left standing. That left side, yeah, I mean, they're doing what Carbon does best. Camping under ledges, but they're gonna get taken out by the other ledge camper, Luna. We're already under 50, and we are only 40 seconds in as Symphony very, very quickly makes it to that second checkpoint there. They are 2 members down, though, but they're still getting picks. The Carbon, relentless with their kills, gonna back up a little bit. and the Luna trying to get something done, pops that baller, but does not get the pick, and they are forced to run away. Okay, you know what? They get taken out too.
Yeah, that was a pretty brutal series.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate.
V-Hydra playing up fast, but they do manage to get away from the carbon initially. Surprisingly. I guess they are running a main swim speed, so... So, an aggro Hydra is viable. I'll just look at FLC being like... So,
yeah,
I think that might have hurt them a bit.
Yeah, while we were looking at that, Grillers went full 4 down, leading Symphony to just hop on the tower yet again and already very quickly bring it up to pretty much the same point to just extend their lead with Grillers being 2 down and Symphony just keeping the pressure up. They do go 2 down too, but that does not stop them from getting some more picks. The Machine here with some really nice angles pressuring the Hydra into next week, and that's going to be 3 down again for the Grillers. It feels like they just cannot get their footing under them as you see how aggressive the members of Symphony are being. Luna does take out Carbon yet again, but we are about halfway to the 3rd checkpoint now as 2 down for Symphony, 1 down for Grillers, and Grillers still trying to flush out Symphony, but really not being able to as that Booyah Bomb comes in to seal the deal. Devi trying everything that they can, but they get taken out by that Carbon again.
Cookie with a triple!
A triple, was that so?
Yeah, they took out almost everyone. So we did see Symphony ledge camping like they were going on a overnight trip to a national park or something.
That may have been a game-saving collection of kills from the Luna as it is stopped. The tower is stopped just before it gets to do, but already Symphony yet again on the tower. Gem is trying to find some purchase, but the Machine is just on their heels and they manage to take them out, but trades are not what they want to be getting at this state in the game.
Splatoon does go off. I thought I was going to cancel the Booyah. There's 3 members all on Devi. Cookie's going to try. Cookie gets 1, Cookie gets 2. And Cookie saves the game yet again. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, the Machine is... Cookie popping off. Look at their 12 KA. They're doing so much damage. Crazy. I really like the pick Luna here. I've known some people who go with Luna. It's a truly terrifying weapon used in the right situation.
Yeah, and it is really nice for this map. As we were talking about all of the corners and ledges that this had, I know we talked about Try, but Luna, there we go, another pick! Luna is one of those weapons that just up close and personal, it excels, especially around those ledges. While they're going to be a little bit wasted here as their teammate does their job taking out the special, but they're still going to use it to put up some aggression as finally Grillers are getting points on the board. They have 1 member down, but they are getting past that first checkpoint, and members of Symphony are falling, which is what matters. Cookie continuing to put in all of these picks, getting 1.
Oh my god, getting another triple! Triple again, going for the quad!
Yeah. They are going for it.
Popping the baller to stay alive. It looks like they just said, okay, you know what, we're just gonna fight all of Symphony here. I don't even, like, they're just like, yep, time to... Symphony versus me, but I got this.
Yeah,
we
just 1v4 them all. I mean, look at their 16 KA. It's really impressive. Actually, 16 out of the K-Gal too. Both Team Slayers doing really, really well here. Unfortunately, Cookie's going to go down to that K-Machine, who's getting their revenge for earlier in the game. Going to get a really nice double. We have 40 seconds left. 2 down on both sides right now. And
a nice arc shot.
Yeah. As a former Machine player, I really, really like it when those happen. They're so satisfying, especially when it just directs and kills in one shot.
And also, it gets a nice sound, right?
Yes, it gets a very nice sound. That was like 3/4 of my reason for playing Machine, just the nice direct sound without having to play a Blaster, because I really didn't want to play Blaster at that time. But anyways...
in the last second of the game, Symphony's got the... They do the advantage. The Grillers is going to make 1 last-ditch push.
Yeah,
but,
they're 3 down again.
Pull something crazy off. I don't think we have the paint to work with, really.
Yeah,
and
they're trying, but...
going to win this bet. But they've still got 1 more game. Please don't lose the lobby this time.
Yeah, with Ozzy sealing the deal... The Machine just using their arc shots to get over those ledges. That is going to be a 2nd game for Symphony there. And look at how much purple paint is on the map. They've just dominated that game.
Yep. Painting the town purple. I guess the store that's probably closed. I hope it's closed right now.
Yeah,
I hope
look
they
at
don't
all
have
of that.
an open store right now.
Yeah, Cookie with a 17 KA and the K-Gal and Symphony with an 18. It was almost deathmatch there, but unfortunately, Symphony just able to pull through with the huge pushes, almost getting a KO, but not quite.
We're going to move on to another fairly balanced map. Rainmaker on Starfish main stage, because as we've said, similar
high
to Mako.
scoring.
Yeah, definitely. It's not that hard to get all the way to the 15 if you get a wipe. But like, a lot of close weapons, like on Mako, are going to excel here because all the tight spots. There's also wide open spaces if you want to bring out your E-Liter 4K or your heavy spotling like you like. Like a vanilla heavy spotling would probably be a good choice.
Oh
I'd
yeah,
be
heavy is
interested
nice
if
on
Debbie
this
pulls that out
stage.
instead because of the Stingray, which I think would have helped them in Mako a lot more compared to the Splashdown they ran. And I think will help a lot on this map, especially with Rainmaker and Stingray being the ultimate GG right here. Because especially because we haven't seen any Stingrays in the last 2 matches, and it's a no armor tournament, so I'm quite surprised by that.
Yeah, come on, man. This is your chance to not get screwed over by people armoring over your Stingrays, but that's alright, you know. I mean, I know that Debbie is a Hydra player, so if she wants to stick with what she's comfortable with, that's honestly completely understandable. But yeah, I do like heavy on this map. But you were saying earlier that like it's really easy to get to 15, but every point 15 that's like the base of the ramp that leads up to the pedestal, but after that every point towards the pedestal counts because it's so easy to get to that point, but it's so much harder to get past that point that like you can get matches within 2 or even just 1 point of each other, and that can be the deciding push.
Though equally because of the very narrow pathways leading into that area, it's might be hard for the teams to get past 48.
That's
Especially if
true,
someone
yeah.
pulls out some splash balls. I'd like to see some splash balls. If we see the K-Gals again, and
Oh yeah, I
There's-
hadn't
there's-
considered that.
or unless a team wants to get up onto to their opponent's snipe area and then jump over the grates and walk all the way around, which is the brutal wave, the sneaky wave, which I quite like.
Well, true, yeah, it is a very, very nice way to push in. And here we go into our last match of the set. The
Blob Lobber.
Blob Lobber coming out of Devi. Looks like they decided that Hydra wasn't working very well for them.
It does have
That's
the wall like we mentioned, and it's gonna have
That's
so much
true,
area
yeah.
control of wall and rain and, well,
Blob
blobs.
Lobber. Triple object shredder as well. And unfortunately, even with that, they are not able to get popped, but that's alright. We see on the on Symphony's side, the Sploosh 7 coming out. Very nice Rainmaker weapon to pull out. That's pretty much like the only time Splooshes could be considered meta. Unfortunately, 2 down on the side of the Grillers to start this match, which is going to be Symphony with the first Rainmaker pick, and here we go. Pretty little resistance. Cookie trying to get something in, but unfortunately going to get taken down by the Rainmaker. And
Ooh,
another
a nice pick on the
Rainmaker
Rainmaker
pick.
firing into that crowd. Lancer's
Yeah,
going
they're
for
playing
something.
very nicely. Lancer's trying to cut them off, and they are not going to get it. Oh my goodness, this is actually an open window for KO, and that is what we call a Rainmaker moment right there.
I guess that's good. Well, I'm hungry, so I'm not complaining about an early set ending.
You're gonna go eat between sets, yeah.
Yeah, guess.
But yeah, I mean, that was just a swift way to end it for Symphony.
Dealing finishing blow. Yeah,
Yeah.
Griller's definitely put up a good fight, but they might have just been tired. But like, I don't know. Just Symphony was unrelenting there, crushing them, just taking them all out. They did a really good job. I think
Yeah.
a lot of it might have just been technical skill, if anything, just winning 1v1, just doing some crazy stuff.
It was unfortunate. I thought the K-Pro would have gotten that pick on the Rainmaker, but the teammate came just in time to back them up, and honestly, wow. A very, very nice way to end it in a 3-0 for Symphony. And with that, we are going to head into another short break before our round 3, so do stick around and stay tuned. We will see you in a few minutes.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Testing Ground 17. Less armor in this one here at Cater.
Yes, less meaning none at all.
Well, everyone, a little bit of surprise here. Of course, Quark could only be here for a little while, so I am substituting in before our next set of commentators coming in, which will be Siren and Magic, I believe. But nonetheless, we're going to be watching 4 Lifers versus Crustacean Crusaders here. What do you think about these two teams, Cater?
I know nothing.
You know nothing.
As usual.
Crustacean Crusaders have been around for a long time, a little bit of background on them. They even have previously done very well in low ink. They were consistently in the top 3 there for a long time. They were fun to watch. So.
Oh, actually, I have commentated a couple of the members of 4 Lifers before, including Stalk when in, I believe, Lobster Crossfire, when Waka Fan Club faced off against Stalk Fan Club, and Stalk was playing on Waka Fan Club, and I didn't have a very fun time, because I already struggled to keep teams straight as it is, but yeah.
Yeah, so I do want to bring up a little bit of a note here. Obviously, you guys can see on the board that we have a 1-0 for Crustacean Crusaders already. So, the match was not played. There was a little bit of a issue with 4 Lifers, where there was a delay in the set. So game 1 has already gone to Crustacean Crusaders. But no matter what, we are going to see the next 2 games. Just because this is a play all 3, so even if Crustacean Crusaders wins this next one on Clamblitz Sturgeon Shipyard, which we are about to see in just a moment here, we will also see the last match, which I already forgot what the map was without going back and looking.
It will be Tower Control on Muscleforge Fitness.
Yes, thank you.
Which
I
is
appreciate
a bit of an interesting combination, but hey, that's what we're here for. And, I'd like to point out a couple of interesting weapon choices. We're seeing the light tetras come out, which is not something you see all that often. And then another Flingza actually coming out, as well as a tent. So some very, very nice comp choices. And then, of course, the reappearance of the Custom Junior in place of the Vanilla Junior, because no armor.
Yeah, no armor. You cannot have armor in this one. But look, we're getting a score here by 4 Lifers, able to get the member of Crustacean Crusaders that was there trying to defend. Hacker trying to continue to get more score, but no clams available to them, so this basket will close with about 4:15 remaining on the clock.
Yeah, it was a very, very fast first push there. They kind of just dive-bombed the basket, but hey, we'll see whether it pays off in the long run, as yet another Stingray coming out of that C-Jet, and the combination of that and the K-52 enough to take down the heavy deco. With that, that is going to be 3 down on the side of Crustacean Crusaders, as Pablo on the K-Gal just this weighing for another clam. They're going to get that, so that's another score for 4 lifers right there. Then we have Kotara on the top on Snipe, able to throw in some more clams before before one of their teammates gets taken out. However, with 4 lifers going 2 down and the other 2 members being a little bit more scattered. Oh, okay, you know what? Or the Tetris can go in and get a double and get all the way down to 32. 20. Okay, or I don't even know where those clams came from. Maybe the siege on top, but now we're all the way down to 20 with 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Make that another 9 points on the board.
Okay, 11.
Yeah, I think this is done now. Look at these Tetras all the way back here. Great job, though, by the Tetras. You can kind of see them in a 4v1 situation. Trying to go around here. They're not going to have an opportunity to score, but, you know, still exerting that pressure all the way back in the opponent's spawn. Look at this. And I'm going to here pop up the map. You can see their opponents are in mid, and look at all this purple going behind them from the dualies.
They might even get, like, if they get enough clams, they can get a sneaky super jump to the Tetras if they aren't taken out fast enough. We'll just have to see how that plays out. Meanwhile, another member of 4 lifers going down to the heavy deco, who's just up top here, and yet another ray coming out of the C-Jet. I mean, C-Jet's not something I always see on clams, but it's not necessarily a bad pick either, and they seem to be using their ray very nicely to dislodge the heavy there. It gets taken down yet again. The Tetra's kind of chilling out under here. It looks like they decided not to stay back that far, but again, look at how much purple is down in this pit area, and okay, you know what? I was going to comment on how 4 lifers had a lot of control, but now they are 2 down, and that is actually somebody else behind their basket, the K-Gal, I believe, with that Booyah Bomb. So the tent here kind of pincered and forced to panic bubble.
Good bubble, though. It ends up keeping them alive. They're able to get one off, and they are still using it to their advantage. Their teammates are also using it for their advantage. Smartly, though, they're just going to let them expire, not continue to play around in the bubbles, knowing that they need to get as much paint as they can down and kind of get on this good top-middle defensive position. Great position for Tent. They can kind of shoot down and do a lot of damage there if the shot lands right. You can put a lot of damage with Tent in a moment, of course.
Fall off.
Yes.
Wait, the K-Gal's still there?
Yes, the K-Gal never left.
The C-Jet's the only one alive right now, which I find really funny as everybody else went down. So they're just going to take that opportunity to throw in some more clams. And their teammates have already respawned in time to throw in even more. Hacker on the top there, getting taken out, but not before they get the penalty off and all the way to 8. However, with the C-Jet being the last one alive, it looks like the push is going to end there. But still, with 1 minute remaining and still no points on the board for Crustacean Crusaders, the bar is set very, very high for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge... Oh, and we see a DC for the side of 4 lifers. This gives an opportunity for Crustacean Crusaders to paint up everything. Get control of paint. They're going to have 45 seconds to push, plus potentially some overtime. But, yes, there's a score finally for Crustacean Crusaders.
Okay.
They might get a second blessing in this set. Not 1, but 2 potential blessings. 1 through the first initial game given to them because of delay, and now a DC. They're going to go for that ball. Ali getting the kill. Another teammate keeping the basket open, and that is 20 additional points there from Ali. But I think this pushes over here with just Turtle remaining in the area of the basket.
Yeah, 1 push down to 36, and now they need to build a clam. They have 8 clams to their name. They're going to need more to get a power so that they can force overtime and continue this match. And it looks like they're frantically juggling clams. Yes, Turtle now with the tent and the power clam does have that, so we are going to be seeing an overtime. And 2 down on the side of 4 lifers right now, as they're just going to use that tent shield, and they have the bubbles too as a shield. This is, you know, exactly what you need in a clam switch. The ray going to come up, but not before the clam goes in, and they are and Crustacean Crusaders is trying to find all of the clams that they can, but the timer is not in their favor as they go 3 down. The 10, the only one remaining, jumping in, trying to get something done, but unfortunately the berry goes up, and even with that DC, 4 lifers manages to hang on just long enough and win that game.
Yeah, 4 lifers able to get the victory, even though being down. Not the best defense in the world, but of course when you're down a person, you can't expect your defense to be perfect in those instances, but enough to get the job done. And Pablo still put a nice score up there after DCing. Still put up a 10 KA, even though being out, about a minute or so in that match. So
yeah,
approximately a solid amount to assist their team getting to that position of getting the lead so big that Crustacean Crusaders, even with the advantage of having a 3v4, could not overcome it.
Yeah, I mean, they took that opportunity and they certainly ran with it. Unfortunately, it just was not enough to stack up to the huge advantage that 4-lifers had already gained. The next map we are going to be going into is Tower Control and Muscle Forge Fitness, which we saw a very nice Luna earlier on stream, I believe last set. I want to see some Blaster come out on this map just because it's really fun to watch Blaster go and shred everything.
I mean, who doesn't love watching anybody shred anything, no matter the weaponry? But something like Blaster, you know, you just don't see very often. So that's why it's a little bit extra fun to see a Blaster. You don't see that very often. We saw it with, which set was it? 2 sets ago there with, I can't remember. I remember the Luna. Oh, it was, Cookie, wasn't it? Cookie, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah, Cookie with the Grillers did some damage there with the Luna. They didn't get the victory per se, but they definitely put some numbers on the board, so super fun to watch for those 2 out of 3 games in that set. And maybe we'll see one here. As you've mentioned, I think we would have to see something more like a Rapid more than, say, a Luna Blaster.
Yeah, that's fair. I would not be surprised to see Rapid. It's already a pretty commonly played weapon, even without, you know, the gimmick of no armor that we have here today. Tower Control, I mean, Muscle Forge Fitness, not that common of a map, but I do still see it every so often. It's just such a vertical map, especially with that long stretch that that tower spends in the trench, even spending a whole checkpoint there, where you can have things thrown on top of you and fall off and stray shots and whatnot. It's just really hard to keep the tower going through that entire stretch, and then once you're out of it, you're kind of home free.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crucial key point, and that's where you gotta put, both teams are gonna put all their best offense and their best defense to break through if you're on offense, or hold if you're on defense, because once you get past there, you mentioned, it's a huge number of points that are up for grabs, and it's really rare to stop it at that point.
Ooh, double anchor almost, and double bucket coming out of 4-lifers here. Not too common of a comp, but I really like that. And then actually CJ's on both sides here with the those are Dark Tetras now on the side of Crustacean Crusaders, and already Ray's going out not even just 15 seconds into the game. We're seeing one of the buckets go down to another bucket. We have a lot of buckets here, which I'm not very surprised, because Muscle Forge is seeing the verticality here. This slosher using their slopes to their advantage, and then immediately getting taken out by the other slosher. Gets a smooth double, not quite the triple, but really, really nice there. Right now we're just kind of watching team deathmatch as finally 4-lifers does hop on the tower, and it looks like they are setting up for at least a little bit of a push of their own.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to probably get past this checkpoint. Oh, maybe I'll take it back with that Ray there. That's
okay,
probably going to kill
Ray.
it. But without the Ray, I think that's a pretty good, easy first checkpoint. And I really think they have the opportunity now, but nobody's getting on it. If they get on it, they have the first checkpoint. I would say basically guaranteed their ballpoint is in a fantastic position, completely pushing back the enemy, but no one's getting on tower. They finally just reached the checkpoint. I mean, they probably could have gotten to the second checkpoint and maybe even have broken it already here, Cater.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason you're always yelling at your teammates to get on the tower. Unfortunately, although with Crustacean Crusaders just going 3 down there, but the tower is just resetting back to mid. They're losing points. They do now get on the tower, the C-Jet stingraying from their tower, so they're going to get to that second checkpoint now. But yeah, it seems that they're really, really focusing on kills. Really nice crossfire to take out one of the members of Crustacean Crusaders there, and the try using just the slosher to their full advantage, sloshing over those walls, and the Ray trying to get something done on the tower, but Crustacean Crusaders is again 2 down, and with members constantly falling, they just do not have the resources as the C-Jet gets yet another stingray, and Crustacean Crusaders goes 3 down yet again. It's the home stretch right here, 4-3-2, and the C-Jet switching off with the slosher and using those burst bombs to paint their feet. That is a KO and a 2-1 for 4-lifers there.
Yeah, that quick match there. They knew what they were doing in that one. But the big thing is they took way too long, in my personal opinion there, to really get on that tower. I mean, that could have potentially cost them the game. When you take that long to get on tower, it usually ends up being an opportunity lost, not an instance here for LIFERRSS where they managed to salvage that because they just continued to play that well for an extended period of time, completely keeping Crustacean Crusaders in their spawn and allowing their jet to respawn and get on tower and jump on and off as raids would come on. But normally would be looked back on as a missed opportunity, but when you KO, it doesn't matter if you have a missed opportunity because you won anyways, right?
I mean, yeah, true. This game moves so fast that this game can turn in a matter of seconds, so usually you just want to move as quickly as possible once you have those opportunities. But everything did work out in LIFERRSS' favor, so even though they were a little bit slower in their push, it all worked out for them in the end, you know?
Alright. Well, we're going to be heading into round 4, which means we're going to have some commentator swap. Cater, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Cater_, where I tweet about a lot of the stuff I commentate. Gonna be doing Low Ink on Sunday, day 2, as well as commentating a Ludi set on Little Squid League's Twitch tomorrow evening. So you can find me both places. What about you, Kraken?
Yeah, you can find me at Kraken_Mayor. Basically anything involved with IPL, I'm around.
Yeah.
If not more, but yeah. And I want to shout out to our commentator that was here earlier. We want to give a shout out to Quake. We're not Quake, Quark. Excuse me. I want to get his. He is at Strange Sport with an ED at the end. Shout out to him for filling in the first 2 rounds after what happened earlier. So thank you, Quark. And I'll be going back to production here, and we'll see Magic and Siren here in just a few moments. Everyone, stay tuned.
Welcome back to Testing Grounds. We're here with our new commentary people, which includes me, of course. I'm Siren. I'm here with Magic 8 Ball. Hello, how are you doing?
Wonderful tonight, Siren, and we've got a good few matches ahead of us as we close out this Swiss round in Testing Grounds. Who do we have on the chopping block today?
So it looks like in this round 4, I believe we're looking at here now in Swiss, we're going to be seeing the set of MoonLight Capital versus Access Denied. Not too familiar with any of these names here, actually. I don't know if these are people playing under different names or if it's just maybe some newer teams or maybe someone from Europe. I'm not sure at all. Do you know anything about these teams, Magic?
I have heard of Access Denied before because the team that I coach played against them in a low ink, and I know that they have done pretty well in the low ink circuit, although that was a few months ago, so should be around that level of play from them, but MoonLight Capital, I could not tell you. So, should be interesting.
Yeah, let me take a look at the bracket here while we are waiting for the set to start here. I just want to see how these teams have been doing so far. Access Denied did get 3-0'd by Destiny Troops last time. Let me take a look at what happened before that as well. I am so glad we're not commentating the team that is aosndaosdfnoasfbnoa. It's just a keyboard smash. That would be impossible. So I think from looking at it here, these teams actually have had similar records so far in the tournament. So this should be pretty close based on kind of how Swiss tends to go. We are getting straight into it right away. There is going to be the Rainmaker right here in the middle. I don't actually know what team popped that because we had the map up. So I was going to say that the pop on this specific Rainmaker map doesn't really matter that much, and you can't even really tell by the paint on the ground which team popped it there. So right off the bat, we are going to be seeing Retrograde taking this fight in the zone versus the Slosher. 2 members of Access Denied already down, and losing that fight to that Slosher is going to make that a 3 down. So MoonLight Capital likely picking up this Rainmaker here and pushing it straight ahead with that man advantage.
That was very solid, just knowledge of maintaining the push, not getting overextended when you see an opening. Although this Dualies is going to go for that Rainmaker, try and get as many points as possible on the board while they still have the chance. But now, MoonLight Capital is going to take what they got and try and stabilize in mid, get ready for the defense, get some jumps in, and we're back to neutral after a minute. This push is down to 42, which is not fantastic on the map like Rainmaker, Snapper, Canal. You're going to need a little bit more than that to have a solid confidence in your push and in your defense. And right now, Access Denied is trying to push forward, but it seems like they're not going to be able to make any progress, Siren.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for them. They made the smart decision on moving back behind their flank in order to take the Rainmaker out of there and get it into a position where it's more difficult for MoonLight Capital to move it out. Access Denied here, of course, going to be trying to pick up this Rainmaker once again, just popping that Bomb Rush first. But unfortunately, with 1 member down on each team, this looks like there might be a bit of a delay in things starting to move here.
Right, exactly. You never want to see teams get staggered like this, but it seems that they can't help it. But a great Rainmaker shot is able to take down 2 thanks to SB. Unfortunately, they backed up during that, so it looks like they're not going to be able to capitalize too heavily. They get another pick after that Booyah Bomb was thrown. It seems like they can take the lead here unless Joel has something to say about it, and MoonLight Capital able to put a stop down, get 2 picks, and prevent this Rainmaker from popping for at least a little bit, but Access Denied still wants to keep going. They have a hammer at the ready, and this could be the lead change if they do get the picks, and they do. A wall goes down. It seems like they're ready to move it.
Be picking up the Rainmaker once again, which has been proven to be a bit scary as from last time, getting that double in that one shot, as you pointed out there. Now they are getting it up into the 30s area here, so they're going to have to be a bit careful when the Rainmaker is popped like that. They can't just pick it up and cheese it. So you see Arrow here checking back on that Rainmaker every so often just to make sure nobody comes up in a little sneaky route and picks that up. They're going to opt into letting it reset naturally while Arrow and his teammate starts to take this fight onto the right hill, but unfortunately seeing multiple people from Access Denied here is going to have to back up into a bit more of a covered area, and thankfully does. They are getting some picks here, and so that's going to give them a little bit more momentum here. 37 on Snapper Canal in particular is not that bad of a push to come back from, and it definitely doesn't mean you've lost the game at that point. So they definitely have a good chance here. They just need to get the ball rolling.
And they do, because Access Denied is completely out of position, and they head straight for the Rainmaker and just take it. There was people camping all over the map in that purple ink that you see at the top of the screen, over on the enemy snipe, and MoonLight Capital took advantage of that poor positioning and that sharking tendency that they had, and just ran the Rainmaker. Critical error.
Yeah, that's insane. But on the other hand, Joel there, seeing that opening for them to do it, and just said, hey, let's make them scramble a little bit. I don't even know if he was quite expecting to make it all the way to the knockout there, but thankfully he did. So that is going to be a very quick game in favor of MoonLight Capital. Moving on to the next one, we have Splatoon on Skipper Pavilion. How do you think this one's going to go? Because I honestly, seeing the way that Access Denied was playing there in that set, well, in that last game rather, they seem to play a little bit sharky, as you said, and that can be kind of scary on this map since there's so many little nooks and crannies surrounding the objective here.
Right, exactly. And especially for something like Rainmaker, where the enemy team is forced to push into you, if they take positions like that and are waiting at the areas that MoonLight Capital is going to be coming from, it's going to be very scary, especially with weapons like the Dapples, who can do that very effectively and quickly, with that really fast kill time. It's going to be scary, and if they do play something like Dapples again, which I'm expecting, with the Bomb Rush and with some of the specials that we saw, it seemed like they had some pretty decent special coordination. I think that they could be a really, like, prominent force in this match, which MoonLight Capital might not be at the ready for.
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like maybe their strong suit in that last game was the fact that the objective moves from place to place. In that, in Rainmaker, of course, objective is always moving and it can freely move across the map. Splat zones, it's always going to be smack dab in that middle there. So whatever Access Denied is doing might work out better for them here. So I'm looking forward to seeing that here.
I am too, and this set is getting underway one more time. Splat zones on Skipper. Let's see what we've got going on.
So right off the bat, we are actually seeing the Booyah Heavy from this, which can be very good for getting back into mid on this map in particular. You can cover a lot of ground, and I think a Booyah basically covers that entire cushion area. A lot of people like to camp in that middle area there. Arrow going to be starting off on this top here. Looks like his other teammates went to the bottom half and is getting into quite an altercation with multiple members of Access Denied on the top there. Looking like they sent a lot more people. SB here going to be focusing on the cap of the zone. They are 2 down now, though, losing that fight in mid, so he is going to have to back up there, but unfortunately gets spotted out by Arrow, and so he is going to be moving back in the zone, and this is going to be a very quick turnaround in favor of MoonLight Capital.
I'm still kind of thrown off by this composition that we see from Access Denied, which just seems like a very sharp shift in their playstyle. This is very composition, chip damage heavy, and using things like this baller really aggressively with the Explosion, which you're not going to want to do most of the time, but Hayden's still alive for now, ends up getting double teamed, and the team really couldn't capitalize off of that baller push, even with that chip damage, even with the torpedoes and the rapid blast are flowing all over the place, and now there's only 40 count remaining, and they used all of their specials in that last push, Siren.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of went in for a bit of a high-risk, high-payoff push there, but unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, and they kind of lost that 50-50 in that shot there. So this is going to be their last chance coming in with the bubbles here. They need to cap the zone right now, but with the splash going down, they lost their most important painter, so that is going to be a cap in the favor of Access Denied, so we're not getting a knockout right now.
Right, that was a really, really clutch play that they needed to do to stay into the set. Unfortunately, 2 go down right there, and this is just a bloodbath right now. We see specials coming out off of cooldown. We see backlines going in for close quarters fights and trying to win them. This is a scrappy battle right now, and especially on a map like Skipper Pavilion, which is so close quarters, you're going to be getting a lot of these fights. 2 going down again for Access Denied.
We did see Hayden there actually picking up that kill on the, I believe that was the shot there that SB was fighting there, but unfortunately just barely got taken out there. They are going to see a little bit of a team fight here, taking out that heavy, which is great because it looks like he just used up his Booyah in that altercation. They are finally getting some points on the board here, and with 2 down, well, 1 respawning, well, 2 down again on the side of MoonLight Capital. This looks like they are going to get a significant amount. Maybe not enough for the lead at this point in time, but with half of the game already being finished, they need points right now.
We have any zoners! Any zoners! Come on, that zone was painted blue for like the entirety of 15 seconds, and MoonLight Capital just didn't didn't reach over to paint it to just step their toes on it. And now there's 20 count before they lose the lead. 2 go down on the side of MoonLight Capital. It seems like they're getting into that spawn camp situation that Access Denied really wanted, and that's a huge down again. Bubble's finally coming out, but it's going to go down as well, but is it enough time? We do see some specials getting out right now. The Ink Mine's going to paint over that Tri-Slosher, and that is going to be the game for Access Denied.
Yeah, you could just see at the end of the game there, one of the members of Access Denied in the baller just jumping on top of the zone, just waiting for somebody to pick a fight with him there. And unfortunately, with Joel being the only one in the vicinity of the zone and being able to catch it, it just had to be kind of a desperation push and trying to get some sort of neutral state there. Access Denied doing a very good job once they got that lockout there. The first half of that game looking very much in favor of MoonLight Capital, but fortunately for them, they did get that very important zone cap that they needed exactly when it was important, so able to take out that second game. So this means that this third game of the set is going to be the deciding factor on whether which team is going to take the set overall.
Exactly, and right now I really don't know what we're going to be able to see from Access Denied. It seemed like they struggled with making those, even in the last game, they struggled with making those solid pushes in together, you know?
Yeah,
like with the Rainmaker. Go ahead.
Of course, I was just going to agree with you and say it seemed like that it took a long time for them to get the ball rolling, but once they did, it was very difficult for MoonLight to get back in.
Right, exactly. And so with Clan Blitz, you need to have a lot of those stronger pushes in together, and so if we're not going to be seeing that solid kind of play from Access Denied where they're going to be able to capitalize off of their coordinated specials, then it's going to be very tough for them to reach that basket, especially if they're going in from that one angle, at that lower angle of the basket. It's going to be very hard because you can set up a really solid defense up on the high ground on this map up near that basket. So we're going to have to see what they come up with.
Yeah, I think this one is going to be a bit of a test for Access Denied to watch their positioning. They need to learn from what happened in the Rainmaker game and always have some sort of eye on the basket and be able to react quickly to the situation at hand. So if they're not careful about what happens, then we could have a similar situation to what we had before, where they're just able to kind of walk on up and just take objective as freely as they want. So something to watch out for Access Denied right now. Getting into this game, I cannot see it.
Getting into this game is going to be game 3 of this round 4 match between MoonLight Capital and Access Denied in Testing Grounds number 17 with no armors. You know, I forgot to touch on that for a little bit. And speaking of no armors, we do see a armorless Hydra coming out on the side of Access Denied, and a custom blaster for MoonLight Capital. What year is this?
I love it. I stand this. When there's no armor, the blasters get to play. Hydra, what I really want to see from Hate in this match, at least once. I know it's a terrible move, probably, but I do want to see him splash down jump. Do it! Yes! I was just about to ask for that!
Fortunately, it's not going to net anything, because I think the player went down just before that, but I'm expecting to see that quite a bit as well. If you're going to play a splashdown weapon, you got to have the jumps on lock, and he was ready for it. So I'm expecting to see more of that as well, especially even in a defensive manner. Using splashdown against something like that bomb rush is going to be really critical. So it's not the worst thing. It is not the worst thing in the world. Although people love to hate on splashdown, it can be used very effectively.
I just can't imagine what happens once you jump into somebody in the front lines and you don't get the pick off of it, and then all of a sudden you're a frontline Hydra. I want to see what happens. That's why I think it's a terrible idea, but I still love that Hayden's doing it anyway. Do it again. Do it again.
You wanted to. Unfortunately, like, the teams have swapped positions. MoonLight Capital decided to go into Access Denied's base, and they didn't really do anything to stop it. Now it seems like they're trying to get their own push going here. SB deciding to give a little shimmy shake over that unpainted ground. Unfortunately, going down with that power clam, and 3 down for Access Denied. They're going to have to put up a really strong defense. Fortunately, they've got this Hydra, but will they be able to stand that Hydra in front of all these specials? Let's find out. Here they come.
I think what's going to be key here is, of course, Jide using that Booyah Bomb that he is holding on to, or they're holding on to, I'm not sure. They are holding on to that Booyah Bomb there. I think that's going to be their important key in dislodging that Hydra and allowing them to get these openings for pushes. Of course, they do have a very minor lead, but 68 pushing Clamblitz is basically nothing. We are seeing these bubbles coming out on the right from SB, allowing him to wedge a bit into mid, but unfortunately with that L3 going down, this isn't going to allow them a lot of aggression. We are seeing members of Access Denied jumping into mid. Thank you! But Blaze popping this inkjet is going to stop any dreams that they were having about getting back into this mid-section of map.
That inkjet was perfectly popped. The play from this custom blaster is coming out very well. It's far exceeding my expectations. Unfortunately, he goes down. They are going to be able to get that clam, and that Splash is in a very bad position. Able to get one, not going down quite yet. This hammer is going to be tossed into the base of MoonLight Capital, and there's a lot of green in mid right now. Can they deal with this blaster who's putting on a lot of pressure? Finally, that Splash-O-Matic goes down, and this could be the push for Access Denied, Siren.
I think this could be the start of it. They did see multiple members of MoonLight Capital going down there, so this could be a bit of a retake for them. Unfortunately, I think they could have moved a little bit faster in on that. After Retrograde, I believe it was, got multiple picks with this hammer here, and I'm hoping to see it again with him popping it again. Megami dropping down here with 8 clams is going to be able to make another power clam if they want it, but I think the optimal play here is having just the 9. If they are able to get this clam in, that's going to be a lot of points and definitely enough for the lead here.
Splashdown, they try to get the splashdown off. Unfortunately, not going to be able to, even though with that cover of the bubble and the T-Tech going down as well, only able to get that power clam in, which is very unfortunate. It seems like it's such a good push going, but I don't know what happened to the Junior and to the Retrograde during that push. I guess, was it the Hydra that put a stop to it? Or the Heavy? It must have been, and now MoonLight Capital is looking to get this push going back in their favor. Here come the bubbles from SB one more time. The pop doesn't get anything. The Inkjet's going to be able to be safe because they stopped this Junior. And a fight breaks out in mid. Specials aren't being popped quite yet, and everybody's just kind of playing super far back.
Yeah, I think Arrow was waiting for some sort of jump in from somebody, but isn't able to get that far. But I think with 40 seconds left, this lead is not confident enough, in my opinion, to hold on to this game. I think MoonLight Capital has to push whether or not they want to, even if that's going to give them a pity. They need to make some sort of decent push here, or else this lead could very easily go in the favor of Access Denied. And with this jet being popped on the right here, it is going to occupy the Hydra for a second, just long enough for them to get their bearings under basket. But multiple members are going down, so this is going to be rough for them. They have 15 seconds left, and with that power clam being in a rough position, they're going to have to make another one in the next 10 seconds, which might be very difficult considering the fact that I don't see any clams in their basket area.
No, I don't see anything, and I think that their play was to try and just stall out as long as they could, and very solid defense from MoonLight Capital is going to net them that win. They sat all the way back and let Access Denied come to them because they knew that they had to. And because of that, they sat back, they waited, and they basically said, okay, if you guys overextend like you did 2 times already, we're going to gun for your basket with these power claims that we already have at the ready. And they did, and they played that very well. Good stuff to MoonLight Capital.
Yeah, very, very good. I'm so happy. Thank you for the pure entertainment of splashdown jumping as a AV Hydra in a mid.
Oh, fantastic stuff. So, that concludes round 4. We're going to have one more round of Swiss going into the rest of Testing Grounds 17, and then we're going to go to a knockout bracket with 8 teams at the top of the Swiss rankings. Right now, about half of the matches have been finished overall. We do see Cataclysm at the top, just to check in from the bracket. We see teams like Symphony and 4 Lifers up at the top as well. So it should be an interesting tournament to keep going, and we will keep you updated as soon as we get right back.
Welcome back. We're double welcome. We're going back into the last round of Swiss here, round 5, before we get into that knockout bracket. We are going to be seeing here DDAWG versus Symphony. We are seeing Symphony once again in the set. This is my fault. I apologize. I really wanted to see DDAWG. So blame me, not the TOs. Thank you.
Commentators rigging the stream.
I'm sorry. It's what I want to see. What I want to see is what you're gonna hear. What do you have to say about Symphony and DDAWG, Magic? What are your thoughts here?
Symphony, I know. Symphony is a team that I scrim with and fight pretty semi-regularly, and so I know their players. I know that they have, it's very high offense, very abrasive style, and they love just grabbing you by the shirt collar and making you give them your lunch money. So we'll see if they are able to do that here. DDAWG, you seem to know more about than I do.
I'm mostly here to watch Mango, of course. That is my former teammate. I haven't gotten to see much of their team yet. I do believe, though, that both of these teams are in Div 4 of Ludi together. So, not necessarily in the same pools or anything, but this should, in theory, be a similar matchup if we're going by Ludi standards. I believe they're both in Div 4. So, getting into this first game here, it is going to be Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to be going here. Of course, Ray is going to be very strong in this tournament, given the fact that we don't have necessarily a direct counter for it in terms of protection, other than just kind of jumping around.
Yeah, right. But these teams decided to not go with that plan at all. No Rays on the tower control. This is going to be a fun match. Already one going down on the side of Symphony. Already some specials coming out. Already the tower moving. Already 3 down. Already it's 20 seconds in. This tower is going to be moving past this first checkpoint. They just need to get up into the right positions, although it seems like right now DDAWG is sitting onto the tower pretty comfortably, not really moving up too much. Getting those specials out, and Siren, this is already looking really bad for Symphony.
Yeah, this is a very, very quick push coming out from DDAWG here. They had very good momentum from that very early 3 down, but with 2 members of Symphony going down once again, this is going to be quite the push we're getting into here. Takara is going to have to be very careful approaching this tower, a bit of a 2v1. Unfortunately, while that did slow it down a little bit, unfortunately Takara does get taken down in that situation. Liz here is going to have to end up dropping onto Elvis Chan here on the bats, and is going to be taking these team fights here. So they are getting some members of DDAWG down, but they are all the way to that 3rd checkpoint here very early on, just above the first minute of the game here, and they are still trying to clear out members of DDAWG.
Finally, it seems like they've got all the jumps cleared out. The Caper, I believe, went down earlier, and that's going to be the stabilization. And you know what would have been really nice for defense on that push? A Stingray. And this team just decided to not have that crutch, I guess,
Yeah, earlier on in the tournament, we did actually see a 3 special charge, like 3 mains of it, on a C-Jet, and that made me think it should be punishable by electric chair, but we have to remember that people are going to do and take whatever advantage they need to win in this tournament. Elvis Chan going to be taking this pick up here on the left, and going to be pushing up into this plat here. They do have a very good lead, so they don't need to go in too hard, but with this man advantage here, of course they're going to take advantage of that.
Indeed they are. This Inkjet really powerful on a map like Inkblot, where these quick elevation changes means that it can get up in your face very, very quickly. Unfortunately, it seems like Symphony's not in the greatest position. Taka able to find one, maybe able to find the second one here on the sloshing machine. Seems like they're out of ink. They are able to find it, but unfortunately, it's all the members going. Symphony going down. We're already back to the 20 mark in this 3rd checkpoint. The Kate Pro going down here, and now the jumps are going to come in, try and keep this tower moving. Not going to get it quite there. 3 points halfway through this game might be the difference, but if Symphony can push up here and take advantage of that wipe, it's not going to be the right call for them in the end.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a high-risk push there. No members of DDAWG making it out of that push alive, and only for 3 points, and not even really getting more than 1 tick on that checkpoint. If you can see there, it's only about a quarter of it that they got through there, so not even getting that checkpoint. 3 points could still matter in the end, but with members of DDAWG going down, unfortunately, 1 member of Symphony going down as well, and that Booyah Bomb stopping them on that checkpoint, but there is going to be a flank from Saku, getting 2 picks here with the jump in, is Are they going to be able to get a third? They do get a third, so it is a 3-down situation. Saku going to be still trying to get these pick spots of the member on this box here. This Jet is going to be a bit of a tough 1v1 to win, so Saku backing out. Very smart play, honestly. I'm going to camp this Jet jump here on the left, and it's just going to be Mango left on DDAWG here, left to fend for himself on this left here, and unfortunately does go down, but taking out one with him is going to be at least good for them, and coming back in time to deal with this.
This is the minute left push, though, and it could make all of the difference. The momentum change here could have a huge impact on the back end of this match. Saku, unfortunately, going down after making that wonderful play. Does Symphony have the firepower to keep this up? They're not in position to keep this tower protected. Taku going down on the tower, and here comes Saku back into the fray. Another trade going out for Symphony. And it seems like they're able to at least keep the tower moving, but with all of these trades, it's just one bad play is going to get them out of this base, and unfortunately they didn't have enough steam to keep that push going. That was a very intelligent play, just throwing themselves, although you don't usually want to do that because of the lower counts and men up at the time. If you can make those trades and you trade out on defense, they're not going to have anyone left to push. So I think that was a smart call from DDAWG right there.
And we can see Walker here playing it pretty defensively, but with 2 members of his team going down, he is getting 10 missiles here, which is going to be rough. He is stuck in a bit of a patch of ink. He almost went down there if he had been stuck for a little bit longer. Symphony is going to be making a bit of progress, but unfortunately not able to stay on tower long enough here. They are holding onto those missiles, and looks like they're popping them now. Going to try and get this progress on the tower, but with 2 members of Symphony down right now, it's very scary, and unfortunately, with the one tower rider getting off there in that really tough position, that is going to be the game for DDAWG in their favor.
Yeah, no, they clutched out the end there, just played it safe, made sure to hang on to those missiles as the special, and waited for the tower to push up. Once they got that stop at that minute push, it was pretty done deal.
I don't know if you saw that KA screen there, Magic, but it looked like Symphony was actually, in a sense, outslaying them a little bit there. I'm not too sure of the exact KAs, but regardless of how you spin it, they had a lot of inflated KAs on the side of Symphony, which does show to me that they know how to work together at the very least. And I think this next set isn't going to be as dominating for DDAWG as it was in that first game there. I think Symphony realizes what they have to do here, and I think that they can perform. It's just a matter of getting those pushes like they did, down to 70, but getting them much earlier and faster than what they were doing before.
Right, exactly. That super early push, it seemed like they were just kind of slow, getting the rust off, it seemed like. And so because of that, that first push just ended up being fantastic. Like a 45 push on Inkblot can win games in Inkblot TC. If they play the defense right, but it seemed like they just got caught off guard that first push, which can be the difference. And in Rainmaker, though, it's kind of the same situation where one big push can really do you in. So let's see if Symphony is able to play it more, more steadfast during those initial pushes, and if they let another big push from DDAWG happen, we'll have to see. But I agree with you. It seems like they are team fighting better as a unit, using those specials well. Like I saw them double missile at one point in the match, and you're not seeing the same kind of coordination from DDAWG. I'm assuming it's a pickup, and that's
DDAWG's a full-on team. They're in Div 4. Ludi is it is a full team that is also in Ludi Div 4, as I mentioned at the beginning of the set.
Right, I slipped my mind.
We are actually seeing, I believe, the C-Jet this time. It's coming out of Mango. I don't know if he's listening to me or what, but he is got special charge and object shred on that, which is going to be quite dangerous for Symphony. We're seeing it right off the bat. He is popping that literally 10 seconds into the game here, getting at least the assist onto that shot from Symphony, but one member of DDAWG going down as well. That is going to be unfortunate. And Ozzy taking out Mango, that's going to be right out of the way at the very beginning. And Symphony picking this up right now while DDAWG has no ray is going to be very good for them. Even when Mango respawns, he's still going to have to charge the entire thing because he just used it up. So this could be a very significant push for them. Takara getting these picks up ahead. They just need to take Mango out from this top right here, because unfortunately without him out of the way, he is just going to take out that Rainmaker. He is sitting in that corner there. This Rain going to be very integral in taking out the Rainmaker hold from Symphony. And it's just going to be Saku left, which in the previous match we did see Saku taking these really good fights and actually getting picks, and in situations he shouldn't have won. But unfortunately does go down there. And oh no, we are seeing a DC coming out from Symphony. I don't know if this is going to be a replay or not, because we are less than halfway through the game, and only, I don't know the exact DC rules for this. It looks like they have stopped playing though. Yep, this is going to be a replay as confirmed by TOs. So very unfortunate for Symphony to get that DC, and we're hoping to not see that happen again in the set. I don't know if that was Swampy there who DC'd. I'm not sure. I didn't notice if he was playing or not. Or was that Talk?
I'm pretty sure it's Saku, yeah.
Yes, Saku
on the DC. I believe that Saku is one of the newer additions to Symphony, if I can remember by Twitter timelines. And they've been performing very well, but it's unfortunately that they had that DC. It seems like...
But thankfully it was before any sort of condition was applied where that would have mattered. It looks like they did have a very good start, at least from Symphony. It looks like they did have the potential to do well in that game as well. So we'll see if they apply sort of what was working for them and do it again, basically, in this replay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a 53 push, I mean, like, you're not going to be super happy with that on Rainmaker Blackbelly. So, like, that's fine to leave it there, you know, say, like, okay, we got one good push in, like, we know you can do this. Like, that's got to be at least, like, comforting that, like, okay, we know that we have what it takes to win this match, so let's just hope that doesn't happen again and perform. But mentality is important, especially when Splatoon can be very momentum-based in terms of, you know, the psychology of it all. And so we'll see if that knocked him down a peg.
So getting back into this, I'm not actually sure if we are going to be seeing the same members out of Symphony here. I'm not sure about the stability of what is going on with the net, but it looks like we are getting right back into this game here, which is good. Glad to be seeing that happening so quickly. They actually did step up for Swampy here. Okay, so looking like this could go a little bit differently. Of course, Swampy being, I think, the captain of the team here. Getting into this, Mango couldn't do the exact same game plan. He's right on the exact same spot. He is waiting for these missiles to go out first so that he can safely ray. And now popping that ray. They already have a bit of a man advantage on that Nautilus, but of course with the bucket from DDAWG going down here as well, it's going to be pretty even ground with two members going down and Mango being pretty backed up. Elva's going to be sitting by this Rainmaker here, but he's picking a bit of a fight alone in mid, having to back up to Mango here onto the right here.
That's a very important thing that happened, you know, early. We saw that early ray ended up getting shut down by those missiles, and now because Mango knew it was coming, was able to ray a little bit more safely, and now this push is not going to be as strong from Symphony. Already another ray coming out. It's only the first 45 seconds and there's already two rays out from the C-Jet.
Mango happened to use that ray to pop that Rainmaker shield because it's looking like a full wipe on a Symphony. They are going to quickly pick up this Rainmaker and start pushing it towards the left here. Multiple members of Symphony of the Hills, when they have neutral man advantage, but now that I say that, members are going down. It's going to be a secondary full wipe here. This could be a knockout. They do have to move up very fast and get this defense, but with that Booyah Bomb coming out on the pedestal, it's going to be very risky. Gets it down to one, but taken out. Two members of DDAWG going down here. They do have to take care of that try, and that is going to be the end of the push. This isn't that game, though. This is not the game. They can come back from that.
You can, but if what we saw, yeah, from the C-Jet and from everything, especially with how clutch we've been seeing Mango play and how comfortable he seems on this C-Jet with these raids, it's going to be a very, very hard defense. But as I say that, Mango's going down. So they're going to be pushed up to the right here. They need to get more picks in order to do this, though. They have to do this. They cannot let the K-Gal stay alive right now. There is those splash walls, and they're not going to even be able to push up the Rainmaker far enough if that K-Gal knows exactly where to place them. And with that jet coming out of Elvis, or Popcorn, I believe, that is going to be difficult for the Rainmaker to stay alive, but unfortunately does get taken out by the Ray. That's going to be rough for Symphony. They are getting these stealth jumps in here on the left. That Nautilus taking out the cleanup kill and is going to have to back up here in order to not die to that pop. It's not completely lost for Symphony right now. They've got a half-decent position if they can find just one good fight. Unfortunately, this K-Gal is going to find a good fight before they do. But Takara from the right side is able to flank and pincer, and that's two down on the side of DDAWG. It's not very clear, and again, anything can happen on Rainmaker Blackbelly as Popcorn goes down one more time. They have an Inkjet, they have the rain here. Is Liz gonna move up and pop it? It looks like they want to. Here it comes. Inkjet coming out with the missiles to support it. One going down, two going down on the side of DDAWG, and they're trying to find that third. They're trying to find the Ray. The Ray's all the way on the left side. They're going to be able to take out this Rainmaker, but the Ray goes down. Mango goes down. It seems like the Rainmaker went for a different side from the person who was clearing the path, but Symphony had a almost great push there, but unfortunately the respawns from DDAWG were just in time.
Yeah, I think that was very unfortunate there. The other members of Symphony were on a bit of the left side, while the Rainmaker ended up pushing towards the right, which I think ended that push for them a little prematurely. I think they got a bit overzealous when that Ray got taken out and maybe tried to move it up very fast. But when it is in a situation where you have to knock it out, you have to play it a little bit slower, especially when you have this you still have a minute left, right? Sosa going to be moving all the way up here. Mango popping this offensive Ray, which is going to work well if Sosa is able to get a bit of a extra damage pick, which does get onto Liz. So Swampy is going to be cleaning this up here and going to be moving back into mid, where hopefully they're able to regain some ground here.
Seems like they've got something. You see that they group up very well, right? And but it seems like they just don't have the range to deal with this C-Jet. They can't really approach it too well as two players go down one more time as the rain comes out. But Mango's just holding this Rainmaker in mid. I believe the timer for the Rainmaker is on the same count, or maybe just a little bit later. So if they really wanted to, they could hold this Rainmaker in mid as long as they get the picks. But it seems like that's probably not what they're going to do. This Inkjet comes out, and that's 3 down to the side of DDAWG. That's 3 down.
So this is really good for them because, of course, Mango was the Rainmaker. He was holding that Ray, and he's going to have to charge it from about a quarter here. I don't know how much special charge he has. I think he has enough, but it's just a matter of, is he going to be able to find that paint in time? Swampy popping these missiles here, which does concern me a little bit because that is their best offense to deal with that Ray from Mango, and they're going to need him out of the way. So they definitely need to be holding on to some sort of missile or something at that point. But looking like they need one member of Symphony to pick it up. It's just going to be the CDS and the Rainmaker holder, but one of the members walks up behind and unfortunately takes out the Rainmaker and just shuts out any opportunity they had to get that pushback. I didn't even see Walker hiding there, but it looks like he took the long route.
Yeah, he must have. That was impressive. I also really like how Mango decided to keep it there, in that far right corner, as far away from the pedestal as they could while still being in mid, and it essentially forces them to either push through pipe or make a really long trek through mid to get back to the right maze area where they have a clear shot of pedestal. And so that was really intelligent because it essentially forced them down that left side and caused an easy cleanup. Yeah, good stuff to DDAWG. I mean, just clean play all the way throughout, and that start, it did make a huge difference because, again, what we saw was, Symphony a little bit shaken up from that DC, having to switch in a new player, not getting the benefit of those early missiles like they did in the first game, and then a push just spiraled out of control, and it's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, for sure. But ultimately, this last game in the set is going to be, I think, important. I'm not too sure how close they are with the standings. I believe that Symphony is rather high up. Symphony 4th place right now, so this is actually a pretty good set for DDAWG, as they're definitely going to be trying to move up in the standings here from where they were last round, which was they did end up in 7th last. So this is going to move them up. It could be potentially bad for Symphony, but of course they still want to be taking as many points as possible to make sure that they retain their spot in the upper half if they want to get into this top cut tonight.
And especially because of that tie that we saw earlier on in the bracket, 2 teams ended up tying because of time constraints, and so this game could be a huge factor because of that tie. If Symphony is able to edge them out due to game wins, I don't know the tiebreaker, which tiebreakers come first. But I'm assuming the team with the tie will come first. But if game wins or win percentage ends up being the main factor in the tie breaks, this could be a very... So we'll have to see if these tiebreakers, and if they win this game, if the tiebreakers could help Symphony get into the top 8 cut. We're going to have to find out in this last game of the Swiss stage of Testing Ground 17 on Splat Zone's Wahoo World.
I don't even know what to expect from either of these teams. Of course, we saw in the first game, totally different players on I mean, we have. I have no comment. Liz, of course, I think staying on that Nautilus. Mango switching from the C-Jet to the Slosher, just ultimately flexing here. We are seeing a Bomb Rush and a Booyah Bomb coming out of DDAWG here, which is going to be good for fast zone cap. But Takara having those, that end zap that's just going to generate a ton of Tentamissiles, and as I say that, right off the bat, we're getting Tentamissiles here. Just Tentamissiles right on a Mango here. It's going to popping this splash bomb onto. What am I saying? He's
Flash
popping
bomb.
his Bomb Rush onto zone here. They are getting that pick onto Liz, and moving up onto this top right here is basically all the members of DDAWG. Mango going to have to move over here to the left to secure that area. But with the Tentamissiles coming out once again, this is maybe a comeback for Symphony. They do need to be careful about coming back in here. Looking like they're not really taking their upper ground here, and unfortunately does go down. So they are going to have to maybe consider some different positions. With this Jet coming out here on the left, Mango is playing very ballsy, trying to get the pick there. Coming out of that ultimately with a trade, which is not what Symphony wants right now.
No, it is not. They do have the missiles up at the very least. They have a little bit of compensation. They are able to get to the zone. Seems like they're going to paint it over. They do, barely getting in from this right side, even though it seems like they're already taking fights down over on this higher area where they're kind of just shut off from everything. We do see them trying to group up together, trying to find at least one pick. Mango, unfortunately, going down for a bit of an overextension. They don't have the specials yet. They do get the Inkjet on the line, and they're able to keep the zone for the time being, but they don't have the manpower right now. It seems like they don't have the paint control to keep this zone. It seems like what Symphony was trying to do for the majority of this was come in from that right side, which is a really disadvantageous position, especially with such a scrappy team like we're seeing from DDAWG. They don't have control of the zone right now, and they're just getting drawn away with these overextended fights that we see from DDAWG. And because of that, they're able to not control the zone too much. We see it getting neutralized pretty often. We see a lot of trades happening, and they're just not able to find the steady ground that they need to as this zone does get back over to DDAWG.
That being said, these fights have been pretty even as far as people going down. What does need to happen from Symphony, though, is they need to be able to hold on to a cap and move up in the same way that DDAWG has been so far in this set. With these Tentamissiles moving up, this looks like this could be an opening for some picks here. They're moving up all the way onto that left side plat area, and with that Booyah Bomb coming out, this is going to be a bit rough for Symphony. Getting taken out by an auto bomb that I did not see. Symphony has a very, very little ticks on their sort of pity timer there. So even though it looks like DDAWG is dominating this game really, really hard, they don't need that much to actually get back in here and get a lead.
Right, exactly. Just one good cap and one, like maybe a couple of clean picks that we might see from Swampy. Unfortunately, that Booyah Bomb is going to get taken out before it can get fired off. 3 go down on the side of DDAWG all of a sudden, thanks to a great pick by Liz. And this looks like it could be exactly what they needed. I believe that's a delayed wipe, and the penalty timer is already ticking down to 0. They just need 30 ticks. They have some specials at the ready as well, and I think that they can fend this off. Let's see if they do it.
Getting pick on a Sosa here, that's going to be so huge for them. They don't have a Booyah Bomb anymore. They can't get fast capped. Liz is still holding onto this Inkjet here, which I believe they are going to pop here in just a second, but they don't even need to. They're getting these picks onto Mango before he can even drop out of the top right here, and this is going to be the lead in favor for Symphony.
That's a huge, huge lead and a group of really, really clean picks. Very solid, disciplined play, not letting those Tentamissiles go all over the zone to cap. It seems like they finally get some picks down. Liz, unfortunately, not finding anything with this Inkjet. Still alive somehow. Not going to be able to drop anything. And here comes DDAWG trying to move up. We see that Splash Bomb rush. The water balloons go splash with these burst bombs. They have all 4 specials at the ready, and Symphony needs to find a way back into this game. The specials are getting popped in Siren. I don't think Symphony has what it takes to get back into this map right now.
They're popping the 10 missiles right now. All their specials are coming out, but this Booyah Bomb is going to hold on to the zone at least long enough. Members of Symphony are coming up here, but with 30 seconds left, they can't go 3 down like that.
No, that's a full wipe, and Symphony just didn't have enough. They had so little time to get back in position for that fight, and they just couldn't do it in time. 3-0 for DDAWG in the final round of the Swiss.
Honestly, it looked like Symphony was coming back very strongly in the set. It looks like they had, you know, some signs of life, and they definitely could have won that game. It just it came down to some really, really clutch picks and good special timing from DDAWG at the very end there.
Right, exactly. And again, really unfortunate DC in that second match probably shook them up a little bit more than they were expecting, and DDAWG took full advantage of it. Good play from DDAWG, tough from Symphony, but we, like you said, they could be a contender for future top cuts. And although we don't know how this bracket's going to turn out, are they going to be in top cut?
I think they might. DDAWG is 9th right now, but the score hasn't been reported yet. So, I guess as soon as that 3-0 gets marked here, they might actually both end up being in there.
It really does depend on tiebreakers, because the 3-2 teams are going to be. There's more than. Yeah, with DDAWG moving up, there's going to be one 3-2 team that's going to get dropped off. Right now it's that crazy name that I'm not going to try and say. Symphony, Destiny Troops, Crustacean Crusaders, Floppa Fan Club, and DDAWG, which are going to be the 5 teams with that 3-2 record. The score is reported. Floppa Fan Club has been booted out from the bubble of Top Cut, and Symphony and DDAWG are going to be in.
Yeah, both right next to each other, 5-4. So they might just see each other.
Wait, are they going to just rematch? Wait.
They might just they are going to rematch. They're going to rematch instantly in knockout. That's rough, but at least Symphony was starting to get better in that set. So maybe things can go a little different for them, but wow.
Wow. That's funny. Anything crazy things will happen in testing grounds. We're going to take a small break before getting back to you on the bracket. Thank you for sticking with us. See you around for Top Cut.
Yeah, especially Magic, because I'm not going to be there. See you around. You.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Testing Grounds 17. We are in the top cut bracket tonight. We have a great match for you in this first round. Cataclysm versus a key spam pickup-esque team. I know some of these players, and let me tell you that they, in this key spam roster, are hilarious, and they might look familiar, particularly Silver and Crimson, originally from All-Star Squad. We'll see if they come out tonight in full force. It seems like they've been rusty from what I've been hearing, and then Cataclysm has just been a monster in tournaments recently. Siren, what are you thinking about this?
I don't have much of an opinion other than I really like Boople's name. I don't know who they are, but I really like the name Booples, and I think it sounds great. Cataclysm, on the other hand, we know to be a very strong team. They're doing very well right now in their Ludi bracket. So this is going to be, I think, a tough go for... I really just want to call this team name Booples, but I know that's not... It's going to be tough for Booples and his teammates.
I know I'm going to be cheering for Booples, at least on the inside.
Booples and the background characters. And a few NPCs. So we have Booples taking this shot here. Inari picking the regular Rapid Blaster out of everything here. Of course, those ink mines are going to be very good, and at least watching these two laneways in which to dunk a clam. So that is smart in a way. I still am surprised to be seeing it, especially on Starfish main stage, since lethals are so nice here. But that being said, multiple members going down on either side. This is going to be a 2v2 for these teams. Boople's picking up these clams and going to make a Boople power clam, getting that and tossing it back to their teammates there and taking this snipe.
I thought that was a regular junior. Is that a custom junior that I'm seeing out of this key spam team right now?
Yes, it is. We are going to be seeing a rain cloud and an auto bomb on Clamblitz. It's an interesting idea. I think maybe if it were me, I would go for the K Junior, but clearly they have their reasoning for picking it. Booples, we are still going to be watching here until we switch the camera because I mentioned Booples again, and we are fanning over to Voice, who is just starting to dunk this power clam, but with 3 members of they are down right now. So the Crimson is going to have to clean this up here, but unfortunately getting picked off by Violet, who just briefly turns around to get that shot. Silver going to be able to take out Violet here in mid, and they are just going to be having to start from fighting from mid and getting control back of this area, but with a push down to only 74, that's going to be not too bad for them to deal with here.
No, not bad at all. Pushes come very easily, especially with the scrappy nature of this map, and eventually one team's just going to find their way all the way up, especially with that jump out. Yeah, we already see 2 down. They have got a lot of clams in front of them. They're probably going to make a power clam very quickly, but this Booyah Bomb doesn't get popped, unfortunately, to get paired with that rain, getting it taken out before they take off into the air like a rocket. Crimson trying to get the splashdown off, but this Nautilus was ready for it. And that's why we don't see Splashdown at higher levels of play, because of stuff like this. Unfortunately, this key spam team is not going to find the push that they need. They do have some clams, they're still juggling. But it seems like Cataclysm is just closing in on every opportunity that they think they have.
Yeah, looking like they're able to make another push here. They do have the power clam at the ready here. But unfortunately with members going down on Cataclysm, I think getting caught out by this flank in mid from the one and only Booples, Voice is going to be picking up more clams and hopefully making a power clam, so at least they cannot get robbed by the members of this Keyboard Smash team. Just for the record, I am just going to be calling out Booples as if he's making Kiver plays like the entire time, no matter what he's doing.
Oh no, I completely understand. I'm all here for it. I'm a fan. I enjoy having a good time on commentary, and I appreciate Siren being here with me. But I also appreciate good Splatoon play, and right now we're just seeing a very scrappy, neutral-based play that's not getting anywhere. Very defensive teams. they're able to take out Voice here with a stray autobomb, it looks like, as this jump finally comes in. And Nari trying to get something going. A lot of green on that body, indicating that they're weak. This Power Clan is trying to juggle it while not getting caught out by this Rapid Blaster who's just going to plink them and plonk them once they pick it up. Right there they do. Silver unfortunately going down. There's probably another one going down to this Rapid Blaster, and they does. Crimson's the only one alive, and it's going to be down. This could be the push that Cataclysm needs to seal the game. 50 points already. This Keyboard Smash team finally comes up, puts a stop to the bleeding, but it seems like they're going to have plenty of control in mid, and a minute to go is not going to be a great amount of time to get a strong push going. They need one really strong push, Siren.
Yeah, that being said, they don't have the Pity Clam on their hands anymore. It looks like they have lost that, unfortunately. Actually, never mind, I'm lying. They do have at least a Power Clam. I don't know if it came from them or something else, but they do have quite a bit of clams here. If they play their cards right and are able to get the picks here, they might actually be able to get this lead here. They do need to spot out this flank very early on from Voice, but unfortunately, while trying to fight Voice there, Sam comes in and gets these picks, which does make a stop here. With only 44 seconds left, Booples was going to try and make a Power Clam, and unfortunately does get taken out by Sam, probably from some other reason, like smited by some religious figure here. But Sam going to be popping this jet onto the top right here, and unfortunately getting picked. I say unfortunately so much, but when we're talking about Booples here, going down is very, very difficult and very unfortunate. Violet going to be trying to clean up these picks here. I say that a lot too. And getting that jump in, and still unfortunately getting taken out. That is going to be 3 down on Keyboard Smash, and I think with the timer almost being over here, Cataclysm is just going to try and keep this basket open and prevent an overtime here.
Yeah, they just need one more claim to the basket right now. There it is, and that's the game. Very solid play from Cataclysm. Nothing that we didn't expect. Booples trying to make some great plays. Had a lot of opportunities, but just couldn't quite carry the team hard enough. Really try. Like look at those KAs, man. Booples
on
out
top,
here. Booples
on the screen,
top.
and in my heart. The next game is going to be Tower Control on Anchovy Games.
Tower Control on Anchovy should be an interesting set. I mean, especially for this hyper aggro composition. We're probably not going to see. I don't know. Does Cataclysm usually run a Ray on Tower Control?
I'm actually not sure. I was more worried about dealing with Sam, because Sam's not scares me, and when you have a Nautilus that can pop jet on that wall, once they push into there and he gets a good placement, that wall is not yours anymore. That belongs to Sam now. So that's what scares me the most out of all of Cataclysm when playing with them on this map.
Well, I'm expecting to see it here, especially that Nautilus. Super nice here with these long-range lines. We do see Crimson going back to Charger, thank goodness. I know Crim is a Charger main, and I'm glad to see it here with the Ray, with this quick super jump, and transitions galore. We're back into this game in this best-of-5 set.
We are seeing kind of an obnoxious comp, I'm not going to lie, out of Cataclysm here. 2 members running missile weapons. We're seeing double missile coming out very early on this map. You can look at the right side here, both Violet and that N-Zap here popping this missile, and that's going to create a big opening for them. Violet getting 2 picks right off and is going in for more. Getting that pick on a Midnight as well. Violet is just popping off. Will Violet get the pick on Booples? I think that's already... Oh no! Moving up and getting a fun and here getting Silver as well. It's only the N-Zap left on Keyboard Smash, and they have to make up for a lot of lost room here. Going to be moving up onto this right here and trying to take control over this wall. And Nari can't even keep up with Violet riding this tower. Just Violet has been up in their base while Nari's been riding this tower this entire time, cannot even keep up. They are in the street, looking like they did get that checkpoint before getting forced off, but with Sam popping that inkjet in the office, they are going to have to avoid that with their lives. Looking like not getting any picks out of it, and it's going to get camped by Booples. What a legend! Dropping into mid here. Will Booples be able to get the pick as well? Gets the pick on! Moving up into their office here, popping these burst bombs into it and taking their fan, getting the suction bomb launcher into their street. Will Booples get more picks? But no, gets taken out by Nari! Magic, please. Yes. I have space in my lungs to praise Booples.
Right now, this keyboard smash pickup has a very solid position with the jumps in on the top left here. They have the Ray as well, and there's only one member left up, and there's Sam for Cataclysm, and all of a sudden, they're back in this. They've got the lead, and they're continuing to keep the push going. They used they went to the long fan over on the far sides of the map to put the charger in a very aggressive position, and it ended up bringing out really, really well as putting out that Ray, and Booples, of course, on the Splash-O-Matic, getting some great picks. He basically said, Violet, I saw what you did. I saw how you just put the team on your entire back. I can do it. I can do the same thing, and I can do it better. And did just that.
Sam gonna be moving up on the fan here, charging this jet. It's gonna come up to what I was saying here, getting this fall-off damage onto the charger, and gonna be taking this really rough position. Two more sets of Tenta-Missiles coming out from Cataclysm here, while Sam gets this pick on a Midnight. That is gonna be the Tenta-Missile user taken out, and Booples, he has this jet ready. He's gonna go for more picks, taking this very tall position up on this wall here, and not quite, I was gonna say not quite getting any picks, but finds Crimson somehow there on that sponge, not allowing Crimson to get up on the wall, losing that lead in that moment there, and Nari not gonna be able to stay on tower too well, and Silver's getting pushed back all the way to the span here. This could be the knockout. It's only gonna be Silver left shooting from this upper area, but unfortunately getting taken out by Violet and Inari working together here, and Violet's coming back right up into their spawn, shooting at them, and it looks like this is going to be the game in favor for Cataclysm.
Unfortunately, the Keyboard Smash team really staggered their respawns at the end there, just getting taken out one by one. The specials getting all of them at a time. Then they were like, oh, I need to stop the tower, and then went one, and then went another one. Then Silver was out in the back, and they just couldn't find the picks that they really needed to. Even though they were using solid specials, and they had that great push, it wasn't enough. They need to play the full 5 minutes, and they were not playing for the full 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just kind of gobsmacked by that, because halfway through that game, it looked like Keyboard Smash had something really good going there. They took that lead from Cataclysm, despite the fact that Cataclysm's first push there was really, really strong. They were able to basically spawn camp on that first push, and so them coming back from that and being able to get that push was really good. It just, unfortunately, with them faltering on that defense there, I think that's what ended them, ended the game for them. As you said, just the staggers, and unfortunately getting picked out by some really good positioning from Cataclysm there. We could see Sam taking a very good position with that jet, getting up on that tall wall there, and you can't really do a whole lot for that when you're not running range, and you just kind of have to avoid and hide out in a corner and quiver in fear.
And quiver in fear they did, unfortunately. I mean, I would too if my team just got massacred like that by what we saw from Violet. So we'll see if they're able to replicate that here on the side of Cataclysm, just go for the quick knockout. Hopefully we get to see a little bit of life come out from this Keyboard Smash pickup. I love these players. I love Crimson. Old teammate of mine. And I'm just glad to see him back playing on that charger. And let's see if he can find something here. I firmly believe it. With that C-Jet. Okay. Double splash?
Why, yes. Yes, it is. I stand completely. We do see Silver and Booples on this splash coming out in the beginning. They have a whole lot of paint. Honestly, I think it's a good idea. When you're playing against a rapid main like Inari, having a lot of paint is gonna disable what Inari is able to do. However, it's not gonna disable Sam from the looks of it, getting these very good early picks, and that's gonna be a full wipe, which could be terribly lethal.
No way.
And remember, they almost get the knockout here, getting it down to 3, and unfortunately for them, not to 1, which is gonna be very good for Keyboard Smash very early on. You definitely don't want it at 1 at the very least, because that still gives you that chance to get it without knocking out entirely. So they are gonna struggle a little bit getting everyone out. There is still gonna be some jumps, and that might lead to basically a full wipe on Cataclysm here. They're moving back up in a mid. Booples getting out of the range of this rapid, which he does need to do before they can collect more space here. Does seem to be the first one coming back. They are going to be manually resetting the Rainmaker, which I think is kind of an interesting decision, especially when you're going one down like that. I think they could have just ran it back. Boople's getting this pick on Violet. That's going to be another 3 down. It's just going to be a Nari left on this rapid here. Booples with the movement, getting into this corner here, and unfortunately getting picked off finally.
It's actually kind of really intelligent. You know, they reset the Rainmaker and we're like, alright, we're just going to insta-pop this while they're in mid, and then try and get a push off of it. Unfortunately, there was just one member standing in the way between what could have been a really solid push and, you know, Cataclysm able to stabilize. But it was that was not a bad play, I don't think. It was just, you know, when you're a man down after all that, it's just hard to get that push going.
Yeah, I think my flaw with that one push and the idea behind it was just I think maybe if they just stayed alive and ran it back, they were taking time to come back into mid anyway. So I think they could have just gone without having to wait for a respawn there. Of course, the member who did drop it off could have QR, but I still think it would have been more useful to have that person alive instead. Crimson seeming to be painting a path instead of dealing with this Rainmaker in mid. I don't know if I hate this or love this. He's just kind of sitting here waiting, but unfortunately Sam... Oh no! Midnight goes down to a Nari. They're gonna probably... They might get the knockout here. No, unfortunately not getting any more additional points here. Silver gonna be fighting this pop here from, I believe that is Voice sitting in the corner there, but Voice getting the pop instead of the kill, and that does take him out. Unfortunately, my stream seems to have frozen. I'm just gonna assume they... Oh, they didn't get the knockout! Oh, but it's 3 members of Cataclysm in their base. And there's only... Oh,
no, okay.
Oh no.
I think I don't know what Crimson was doing. I think he wanted to ray from the other side of the base or something. I guess.
I don't know what was going. He was like getting jump-ins as if it was like Clan Blitz or something. I don't know what their idea was there, but I don't know if they were quite expecting Sam to notice them.
No, definitely not. I said it at the beginning of the set. These guys are hilarious. And I love them so much. But they unfortunately get taken out here. 3-0 by Cataclysm. Not unexpected. Cataclysm going to be moving on to the round of 4, top 4, in this knockout bracket for Testing Grounds 17.
Yeah, it's going to be a very convincing 3-0 for Cataclysm. That was still, I think, one of the most enjoyable sets I've watched tonight, regardless of how it went. I stand Booples for life. It doesn't matter. You may not have...
Booples for life, dude.
Booples for life, honestly. But Violet, absolutely just proving to be an amazing Slayer, along with Sam. Just insane plays from both of them, and Cataclysm proving how deserving they are of that win.
So, with that, I believe we should take a break and head into the next round. But, Siren, I believe that is going to be the end of the road for you, unless you're not gonna be gone after this? I don't know, what do we say?
I don't know what's happening yet. Let's take a break and then we'll find out.
But just in case, where can the good people find you?
I think my @ is on screen right now. I'm not entirely sure. It should be @SirenBanchi. That is going to be the same on both Twitch and on Twitter. So you can find me there. I play Splatoon, but mostly Among Us because I'm too lazy to do anything else. So yeah, you can find me there.
And you'll be seeing plenty of me for the rest of the stream. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Testing Grounds on IPL Splatoon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Testing Ground 17. No armor for you, and we are bringing you Team CAT-nya clysm once again because the team on the opposite side of the bracket has dropped for whatever reason. So, Cat, I think we're hopping in the middle of this set, right? Did we miss game one? Yes.
Yeah, I believe we missed game one.
1-0. I am Popgun, joined by, joining the Magic 8 Ball, who is still here. I guess I don't need to ask you how you're doing since you've already announced yourselves. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking, Magic.
You're welcome, Popgun. It's good to be here. It's good to be in the commentary booth during this wonderful tournament that we've got going on so far. This armorless tournament, which has been completely overtaken by the Stingrays and the Sea Jets and everything in between. Including what we've been seeing out of this Dead Ink team so far.
Yeah.
But Carlos won the first game.
You know, I don't know if Dead Ink's been on stream or not. I've been playing in this tournament, and we played against Dead Ink. So what they do, and especially if they're going to do it here on Rainmaker, double Sea Jets, opening Gambit Splash. So their idea is use the Splash, try to get as many kills as they can, and get a huge lead early, and just try to spam you to death with missile. Or Stingray. So there you go, and you see the Splash XVC pushing up here, trying to get a pop here. Opening Gambit only lasts for 30 seconds, but every kill you get, it extends a little bit further. Looking to get a kill somewhere, opting not to do it, but still Josh on the right side able to get a kill anyway, so they do pick up the Stingray or the Rainmaker, and here comes the Inkjet pushing up and clearing the way for the Rainmaker to get a huge lead, which they do get. And now it's just going to be Stingray City. And here is where you're going to miss Ink Armor. Because how do you counter this other than just missiles? I guess that's why they brought on Jinza.
Oh, but it's very good Inkjet getting Henry getting 2 picks, and if you can't count on the Rays, you can certainly count on these 2 Slayers who are very skilled as well to get some work done, and that's what we're seeing right now. I mean, it's just an atrociously oppressive defensive hold from these custom jets. But what do you do when you need to fight Ray? You bring a Ray yourself, you bring a ton of missiles, and 2 down on the side of Cataclysm, as well as a good position right now in mid for the most part. It's gonna be a bloodbath, that's for sure, and I'm expecting some very defensive play on the side of Dead Ink throughout the rest of this match.
Yeah, this is looking like a window. Okay, they took down one of the Sea Jets. The other one's 50% of the way to Stingray. 2 players going down on the side of Dead Ink. So if you're CAT-nya clysm, this is your chance to try to get something going here. They take down another player. You see Inari building up a Ray right now to kind of counter the one Josh is sending out, it looks like, and they don't get the lead. 1 point remaining there to get the lead if they can pop it and find a way to sneak it forward a little bit, but 1 player goes down. The Inkjet's the last player who could do something, and that jump should get camped, and they do. So they hold on to the lead a little bit here, but with 3 minutes left to go, Dead Ink, I wonder if they are going to keep trying to turtle up here, or if with this much time left on the clock, try to add to their lead.
I guess the way to do it is really just, once you find that opening, just brute force, go as fast as you can, quick. But I mean, they're not going to be able to extend the lead, and they don't have a Ray at the ready just yet. They need to collapse on these Sea Jets while they still can. One of them gets away, but Violet is pushing up. We saw Violet get very, very aggressive in some of these games that we saw beforehand on stream. And if she can do the same thing and get in their faces and prevent these Rays from getting popped, then it's going to be a very good thing, but can't quite weasel her way in. There's already an Inkjet and a Stingray at the ready as soon as they pick it up. Here comes the counter Ray. Here comes the aggressiveness that we see from these frontliners on the side of Dead Ink, and that's already 2 down, and that push gets instantly snuffed out, Popgun.
Yeah, doing a good job there on the defensive end is Dead Ink. I mean, their comp is built for it, so hats off to them. And more importantly, they are bleeding the time here. Right. Already down to below halfway, 2 minutes left to go, basically, and they still got the Rainmaker still looking to be offensive with it. Not quite comfortable with that 35-point lead. Again, with Rainmaker, there are no penalty points, no checkpoints, so as long as you don't have the lead, it doesn't really matter what your score is. And an attempt there to add to the lead does get taken down by Voice, who will pop the Rainmaker and get instantly taken down by the Stingray. The Stingray was firing right on that Rainmaker. A little bit ill-advised play right there, but a good cleanup nonetheless by the Inkjet of Samikado. So it looked like Cataclysm does have another opportunity to get going here, and now with one of the Sea-Jet players down, and it looks like even though Dead Ink is going to get a Stingray ready, Inari should have one to counter it. Oh, but no, not in time. Inari's the one with the Rainmaker, you're right, so that's oh, they survive it anyways, but it doesn't matter because look what's coming right out. The second one. Oh, man. Do you miss armor yet?
You know, that's a tough question. I have a lot of thoughts that I could talk about in terms of specials and balancing of this game right now, but really what we need to see, the real important thing that we can take away from this game is just how they're playing this game. And, you know, it's a really good way to play it on Rainmaker specifically. Like, this is one of the modes where it's going to work really well, this in tower control, where they can send it, like, as far away as they can, and then just force them to be in a really bad spot. But as soon as I say that, the Rainmaker didn't come out in time, and there were 2 down, too many players away from the Rainmaker, and now they had to take this super defensive composition and try and find a way to push back in. These Rays can be used offensively, but it's not going to be too well. We see the Nautilus maybe trying to get a pick on this Rainmaker from afar. The Ray comes out early, all of a sudden in the midst of all this, trying to find a couple of picks, I guess, but nothing to follow it up. Popgun, what are we seeing?
Well, the other Sea-Jet has the Rainmaker, so that Ray that you got likely will be the last one of this game from the side of Cataclysm. And we do have the GG Ray coming out from Inari, combined with the missiles. Even more missiles coming out here. They're shooting his own Rainmaker just to keep paint so they can escape the Stingray. What a heads-up play there by Josh. And one player does go down on the side, and here comes yet another Stingray from Dead Ink. And they just need to find a way to round this corner, get a few more picks, and my stream just stopped right at the most critical time, and it comes back. And the rain stopped. I realized what I did wrong. Let me make an adjustment on my end. But man, if you there's so many windows. There were just
So
like a
many
few windows that Cataclysm could have taken right there, and they striked right when the time was perfect. They did have one Stingray ready, Dead Ink. But that's
my
all
God.
they had. And my goodness, you said bloodbath. You were right on the money.
18 Stingrays and 18 missiles. These people are playing with specials. And, like, the main weapons don't even matter. The main weapons do not matter at this point. It's all about the specials. Oh.
You know, I heard a rumor once. I don't know who told me this, but some tournaments in Japan, at least at one point before Stingray got nerfed several times, double Stingray was actually banned. And I'm willing to believe it from what I just saw, even though it didn't quite work. And now here we go. With Dead Ink, one game away from being eliminated from this tournament. The question now is going to be: do you just stick to this? I don't know. Do this comp that they've been pulling? Okay, because like that's obviously these players are capable of doing other than just double C-Jet, but Skipper Pavilion Splat Zones, double Stingray.
I guess. I don't know. Like, Madness is such a prolific Nautilus player, and I can understand not wanting to play for a tournament. I get that. But, like, why not just go with what you know? Why force this when it's just not working? I don't think they're going to stick with it. I really legitimately do not. But if they do, all the power to them. Just try and show off the fact that Ray is busted without armor. Go ahead, sure. But yeah, no. Like, Cataclysm did exactly what I've been trying to coach my teams to do, and that is acceleration. They accelerated super quickly. They got as much paint down as they could. They fired off the specials at the perfect time, and were able to just spin the game around and get into the base super fast, because that's what you need to do with a super defensive composition like this. You need to have acceleration. You need to be able to go at a moment's notice. And no, here we go. Okay, no more double Ray. Cataclysm has defeated the beast, and we are going to be seeing Madness on the Nautilus and Josh on the Bamboo, as well as a K-Gal and some Welchies. Fantastic.
XVC still with opening gambit, so that pick they got right there, I believe on Samikado, is going to extend opening gambit. And if they get another pick right here, it's going to go on a little bit longer as well. They do get the pick on Violet, so we're going to have a super powered K-Gal going on. And look, no Stingray. I wonder if the map has something more to do with it rather than just the fact that it's double or that armor is gone. But still, early on, the switch seems to be working. Here, as they're already 50% done with getting the KO.
In fact, they are, and I believe the opening gambit is going to be done now, or right at the end of this, because it stands it for 15 seconds, I believe, with every kill, and so it's going to be done right at this minute mark. But I mean, a minute has passed, and Cataclysm hasn't even
25
this
points.
zone. 25 points. They need to get something going. They do have a baller. They do have an Inkjet and some missiles. They do finally get a pick on a Madness. They get the flanking baller, able to find this pick, I believe. Inari? Nope, not able to. And they get the zone capped, barely. But is that a purple player in their base on their plant? I can't really see. It seems like they've got control of this higher area above the zone, but they have zero control beneath it. And Violet going down to a Booyah, I'm assuming?
It looked like fall off from the K-Gal, I think. Or it might have been the Booyah, but I'm not sure. But still, regardless, XVC holding down the Bravo side of the map here. Cataclysm has right side advantage for those of you who actually care about that. But holding down this spot is obviously very annoying. You can see Cataclysm doing a difficult job of chasing XVC out of the spot here. Builds up another Booyah Bomb, throwing missiles, actually everything. They understand the importance of clearing out their own court right here, and now XVZ forced to jump out as 2 more players on Dead Ink do fall down. And a lot of points starting to tick away from the scoreboard here. No penalty points below 50. This could be a great opportunity for them to move on to Grand Finals.
It could be a fantastic opportunity, and Inardi's in a great position up top there. Unfortunately, the specials are coming out, and they don't have anything to counter with yet. Finally, missiles come out from Violet, and we see a bunch of people down at the stage. 3 of them ready, waiting to fall into the waiting hands of Samikato, but unfortunately getting taken out by XVC. Another gets taken out on the side of Dead Ink, and here comes Inari down below to help out just a little bit, but it's a 1v1. Wait a minute, no, it goes down! I believe it's a delayed wipe for the side of Dead Ink, and they only have a few more ticks left to go. The missiles are coming out, and there's a lot of pressure, but it looks like they're not going to have enough time to get back to the zone. Manus gets one. Are they able to neutralize? No! That's going to be Cataclysm going to your grand finals of Testing Ground 17.
A good adjustment on the side of Dead Ink, but it was just too little, too late. Cataclysm's playstyle didn't have to change at all over the course of the set. Just the adjustment of who they were playing against comp-wise, and able to stave off the opening gambit that worked out really well for XVC and the K-Gal, but ultimately, once the opening gambit ran out and everybody else was able to get a control of their footing, Cataclysm slowly bled away at the lead and was able to get the KO right there, moving on to Grand Finals with a 3-0 sweep of Cataclysm. And if I'm not mistaken, they're going to go on to play DDAWG,
right,
the number 5 seed, in Grand Finals, because the number 1 seed team, after they somehow found a way to beat Destiny Troops in round 1, decided to drop from the tournament. So now we're gonna. I don't like the term David versus Goliath, because David had divine intervention and DDAWG does not. But this is going to be a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup we might see here in Grand Finals because of the drop, honestly. But are we gonna take a break, or are we just going right into this sucker? What
are we gonna take a break? I mean, we could take a break. What does chat want?
Chat wants the. You know what? I want to get a water. I didn't do that. Let's take a quick break, and then we'll come right back. We'll bring you Grand Finals DDAWG versus the dogs versus the cats. Let's go. You're watching Testing Grounds on IPL. Hello, friends, and welcome back, everyone except for SuperFern013 in chat, to Testing Grounds number 17. We are at grand finals here. CAT-nya clysm versus DDAWG. Make your predictions right now as to what team you think is going to win this tournament. I have my secret predictions that I think of. I'm not going to say it out loud. But we are looking at an uphill battle here, at least on paper here, between these two teams, because DDAWG getting in because the number 1 seed did drop. However, DDAWG having a really good tournament set themselves. They just beat Symphony 6-0 in back-to-back sets, basically to get to this set here. And the good news for them is that they don't have to face 2 Stingrays, only 1.
Right, and Minori has been playing some Rapid Blaster as well during this tournament, so we'll see what they go with here. It's probably going to be Reiko. It's an interesting ride. We've been watching Cataclysms for essentially the past 2 rounds, as well as a round in Swiss. So we've been following their journey. We've been seeing the insane plays from Violet. We've been seeing some very technical Nautilus play from Sam Mikado. And I know that there were some calls earlier to get these people into plus servers, etc., etc. And I mean, what more do you need after that last set? Really?
Just rub elbows with the right people, if you want to be honest about it. Rainmaker, Albacore Hotel. As we see the team starting to ready up here. Best of 7 sets. Here in grand finals, no bracket reset, none of that nonsense. First team to win gets to call it a night and gets to start their weekend. Stingray coming out for the side of Cataclysm, and Stingray coming out from the side of DDAWG as well. It looks like Orange Inzap. Orange Inzap, a very popular pick now that the gray Inzap is not a viable option in this tournament.
Right, I mean, but all the Inzap mains are just well, if I can't play one, I'll just play the other, which has a lethal bomb and a good special as well. So it's just kind of a perfect mashup. But Voice going down to a stray missile right there as we're talking about a good special and missiles, and now with 2 downs, it's going to be a very good time for DDAWG to get some solid points on the board. Here comes the Ray, here comes Voice on the respawn trying to get this pick. They're going to get to about 36. That's a defensible lead, if I'm being honest. And Cataclysm, while we've seen them have some really solid pushes, it's going to be tough on this map specifically, especially with the composition that they're running into, with the Charger, with the K-Pro, which can be very defensive. It's going to be interesting to see what they do, but yeah, missiles have just been the only other thing we've been seeing, aside from Ray, in this tournament, really.
Yeah, and those missiles are going to work well with the Stingrays that everyone's popping out here. 2 players going down for DDAWG, the underdog in this set, who does have a very nice lead here. It's going to be difficult for them to hold on to it right here, though, as we see Cataclysm working around that left side, Violet flanking around mid as well, and a 1v1 with the Nautilus player does win that 1v1. Voice with the Rainmaker is going to drop there, is going to get lead. The Stingray comes out, but it's a little too late. The Stingray being the last player left alive as well, so this push could end up being a KO. If Inari can find a way to get one more pick here, no, that is a white, but still damage done. The Cats jump on top of the Dogs with only 9 points remaining, but still 3 minutes left to go here, and it's Rainmaker. It's still anyone's game, technically, unless it's not.
Anything can happen in Testing Grounds. That's what I've been saying for most of the night. But of course, my money's on Cataclysm. I mean, literally. I sunk all of my channel points into Cataclysm, but we're not going to talk about it. We are not going to talk about it. So, specials online for DDAWG. They've been showing they have some good potential with getting these picks, with catching people out. They just need to find one good play. It seems like they're just kind of dancing around waiting for something to happen. Here comes a special. Here comes the Booyah the Baller trying to lead their way into it. They see the Ray. They're going to try and pop the counter Ray. 2 going down to the side of Cataclysm. This could be big, big money.
Oh, no.
Violet's dropping down, though. Able to stop the Rainmaker just barely, and Sam Mikado is going to be able to clear out this last couple of people alongside Inari. Cataclysm hangs on for dear life in what could have been a disastrous push.
Yeah, that's kind of a scary situation, and that's why Rainmaker is not the funnest mode for anybody to play at all. Even if you have the lead or you're losing, you're never going to be comfortable in this mode. I mean, that was such a quick push, too. In like 20 seconds, they threatened to take the lead right back. And you got to think, if the Dogs can get the lead back here, it's going to be such an insane mountain for the Cats to come back from. But still, one player does go down, so man advantage currently on the side of the Dogs, starting to recapture mid, push some players back. And, you know, as long as they do have a Ray to counter the raid that Inari's going to be popping out, that Ray's not going to be crazy scary, especially with all the missiles they've been popping out so far with that orange Inzap 4 already, but not a lot of kills to follow up with it. One more player does go down on the side of Cataclysm, make that a trade now. So nothing, even though the mid belongs to the Dogs, there's nothing really going as far as actual objective is concerned. And as long as that is happening and the clock is just bleeding out, Cataclysm is more than fine to just keep trading bodies right here, even if it means they got to surrender mid.
Right, and that's what I'm really just wondering about right now. Like, this is kind of how they were playing earlier. They were waiting to get a pick, and then they didn't even move the Rainmaker. I guess they weren't comfortable with the push that they were getting. And I mean, if they're being selective about pushes, it means they're being very intelligent about them, being very particular about which pushes they want, including this one where they're able to shut out Violet at least for a little bit. The Rainmaker gonna get taken out by the Stingray. The Stingray trying to find Inari, not gonna be able to do so. They do still have control of mid, but Cataclysm is just putting up a front. Only 20 seconds left, and they're trying to get whatever they can. Voice is able to pop that baller somehow. I guess Object Shredder probably. And now it's just going to start running a train. Here come the missiles and everything. Here comes Voice. Here comes a Violet. And this Rainmaker pop is going to seal it. That's a first game going to Cataclysm.
You know, if you're a team like DDAWG and you're looking to pull an upset off here, that was the game you basically needed to win. You needed to get and they had their opportunities to do it. But obviously they're going to be in a bit of an uphill battle here going forward with the set that they find themselves in. But still,
look at how low the kill.
Yeah. Walker top fragging across all 8 players with 8, and you know, we saw a lot of passiveness going on there. A lot of timidness on both sides. Nobody wanting to try to make a move there, especially on the last like minute and a half there, where the game just completely stalled out. And again, if you're Cataclysm, you're like, okay, this is fine. We don't need to get a ton of kills. As long as the clock is bleeding out, we could care less. But now we're moving on to Splat Zone's Inkblot Art Academy. I think we're going to see some more blood spilled here than we will the last game.
I mean, you'd think so, but from what I saw, I mean, if Cataclysm's in the driver's seat and they're not looking for a fight, it could just be a very positional game, and I kind of like that. It's very different from the Splatoon that we usually see in these these weekly tournaments, where it's usually not the top level of play where every pick matters. But here, they seem to be trying to go for that style, and I like that. I like that a team is that confident enough to do that, and so I respect both sides for playing that way. But yeah, I don't entirely understand it from DDAWG's perspective. Like you said, like Rainmaker is a mode where any push can come out of anywhere, anytime, if they get going quick enough. Like 5 seconds is all it needs to take the lead. And so, yeah, like you said, that was the game to take it. Splat Zones on Inkblot, especially with Violet probably going to be using that T-Tech, it's going to be a bloodbath.
You know, as North Americans, we are so used to people holding forward against us that when they don't do it, we don't know what to do. Maybe that might account to why there were very low KAs in a 5-minute and overtime match. But yeah, we do see K-Shots coming out and Inari going to the Crapid Blaster. And that is an E-leader coming out from the side of DDAWG and an opening Gambit Orange Inzap. So we're going to see a very aggressive Orange Inzap, probably going for missile spam immediately. And Voice is going to respond with missiles of their own. One player on the side of DDAWG going down. Cataclysm pushing in with that missiles that they opened up with, and ultimately gets control of the zone at the very beginning and start throwing some bombs up there at the plat.
You know, it's funny. everybody talks about like, oh, like Zap can get Ray in however long, and like, you know, how quickly you get your armor is going to determine how well you do in the opening. And they just switched. They went like, all right, well, I can't spam armor in the first 5 seconds of the game. Let me just do it with missiles. And they opened with an opening missiles that really doesn't do a whole lot. But now we see missiles able to do a good amount of damage when everybody's in the zone, and Walker has teammates to follow up on these missiles. Already getting charged again. It's going to be 3 missiles in the first minute about if they got to pop them there. Cataclysm going to take out the last few people, feeding down into Samikado, and this timer is going to start ticking.
You know, you kind of talk about weapons that really benefit from knowing that there is no armor on the opposite side. You would think Nautilus, because it works so well with armor, especially with Inkjet that they're popping here, but on the flip side, even though E-Liter takes them down, they would have loved to have armor to survive that E-Liter shot. You talk about weapons that really benefit from having armor, but on the flip side, knowing there isn't going to be armor on the other side, you can just do what Samikado is doing and just mow down people. Very nice pick there, a nice trade and a cap. Oh, but look to your left, here comes the blaster. Talk about another weapon that usually has been taken, not Crapid Blaster, but blasters in general, usually just taken away because of the existence of armor. Showing some real strength here so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I even saw some custom blasters out earlier and doing well, and you know, like, it's just so nice to see it again. After what it seems like it's been years where blasters have just been non-existent in the competitive meta, just seeing them again, it's a good thing. 20 tricks left down on this Cataclysm. Hold. Sosa trying to find something with that Caper, gonna get taken down, trading out, and that's the game going to Cataclysm. Once again, very nice defensive hold.
And somebody got more than 8 kills, even though the game lasted half as long as the Rainmaker one. Team CAT-nya up 2-0 in this best of 7 grand finals. DDAWG already in a little bit of a hole, not completely out of it though. They did have some moments in that game that showed a little bit of a fight in them. But it's going to have to be a question of going back to the drawing board and coming up with a different strategy, especially now that we're moving on to Clam Blitz at Piranha Pit. And I guess Cataclysm probably happy they don't have to play, who's it, Dark Ink or whatever, the other team.
Yeah,
I already forgot their name. The double Stingray would be very, very dirty to pull out here, but I think we'll only see one from each side regardless.
You can call it dirty, but if it's in the rules, then it's working.
You could do things within the rules and still be considered dirty. I'm telling you that.
That could be a whole other discussion. Clam Blitz though on Piranha Pit is again a game mode, a map mode, where specials are just the only way you can break in. Really, like if you guys have the better specials, like you can space people out, and then all of a sudden once you get your specials, you go. And that's kind of the road that the competitive meta has played, but I mean, it's especially prevalent here. Like, you really can't get good, solid picks at the higher levels of play on your own just by mechanics, just by finding somebody out there, unless somebody's just absolutely feeding. So yeah, no, it's all about the specials. Going to be for this map. I'm expecting to see some bubbles, maybe some bomb rushes, maybe some splash-o-matics. And again, a lot of missiles.
You know, we did see a lot of specials getting popped from DDAWG in that last game. The problem was they just weren't able to capitalize off the specials. You know, my philosophy with specials is you don't use them most of the specials you don't use to kill somebody. You use them to make them move. Make your opponent move and then capitalize off of how they have to move with it. And it seemed like DDAWG was able to get all the specials out they needed. They just couldn't capitalize once they were able to do that. We do see a Kensa machine coming out here, missiles staying on both sides. Orange Inzap, the tournament of Orange Inzap. Oh my gosh. So many casuals are rejoicing right now. That is a comeback on one of the Orange Inzaps. Actually, that is Object Shredder on the Inzap side of Cataclysm, and there are 0 objects. Oh wait, no, there is an ink wall that the Firefin busts out that they can use Object Shredder on, I guess.
I mean, I guess it's for, you know, in case the other team had a baller. I can understand it. You know what I mean? Maybe. Okay. Do you see two players going down, one on each side, 2 players going down now? The front lines, and these teams are just, they're waiting. They're waiting for their specials. They're not overcommitting. We do see Sam trying to find something, able to get something over here, not trading out that time, able to find the charger, very important special in terms of pushing in. Has this inkjet, gonna pop it alongside the missiles. The splashdown coming down from the sloshing machine is able to land, but gonna get taken out here. That's the Sosa on the sloshing machine. And all of a sudden, Cataclysm is down, even though they had such a fantastic push. Here comes the Booyah Bomb as well to guide in this Power Clam. And this is going to be a good push for DDAWG. Very unexpected.
Oh, it should have been a better push. I think, well, no, it's not completely over yet. They do get below 60 points, so that's a good opening push. But getting wiped here is going to turn this green map a very purplish pink color very quickly. And so now it's on DDAWG to find a way to kind of stop this. Inari putting a lot of pressure on that charger, forcing them to move, making them uncomfortable. It is Sam Mikado who goes down, but still 2 players going down on the side of DDAWG. Inari running in here with the baller just to kind of absorb some shots. They do pop the basket. Inari chasing that player back out, so they have complete control of the enemy basket right here. But here comes, who's that, Elvis? Elvis Chan? Okay. Going
Popcorn.
Oh, okay. Popcorn. Got you. Regardless, Elvis Chan does go down, and the lead goes to Cataclysm. So there you go. And this push isn't even over yet. You see more players coming around that back wall there. A very tricky spot, getting even more clams in. Just 2 more clams to come in. Violet has the 4 clams for Cataclysm. They can't get Violet! Gets 1 more clam in and survives. If Inari can do something a little cheeky here, and is going for it. It pulls it off! Nintendo, the basket was up! I saw that!
Oh, Nintendo, we caught you in 4K, Nintendo! 4K! How did they catch you in 4K?
Bruh. But still, man, DDAWG had their moment there. They had them basically wiped. The problem is when they got their push going, they got wiped during their push, and basically that gave up too much map control to Cataclysm. But here you go. Get your brooms out. We're in reverse sweep territory here. It's not over for the underdogs just yet.
Not over, but we came in saying that they had a bit of a lopsided table that they were playing on. And this is going to be a challenge. This is going to be a very big challenge. I'm all for the closet door opening, but I need to see them do it first. And I just have not seen it out of this team so far.
Even Nintendo is on the side of Cataclysm there. Man, the whole world against the underdogs. But here we go. Tower control at the reef. Again, we've been seeing a wide variety of chargers come out from the side of DDAWG. I guess you can use charger here, but now that you're in this kind of... Well, actually, do we have a sub going out here? Somebody's left the lobby.
Yeah, there's not 9 people in this lobby. 8 plus a spectator. And so, I believe that was... not Popcorn, not Touchy, not Sosa, Walker, who ended up leaving the lobby for a little. So we're just gonna chill here. Popgun, how are you? You know, how was the tournament?
Tournament is going good. You know, it's much better commentating this tournament than it is actually playing it. I played more V Hydra tonight than I have ever considered playing in my entire life, and I think we're done with that experiment. Oh, we actually got a sub. Is that
Acid?
Acid? Are they on
Acid?
Is this legal? What's going on here? What?
I believe.
Well, I mean, it's an open tournament, right? Like anybody.
Yeah, like I don't think Acid was on any of the rosters.
It's not like this is a low ink and you can just, you know, everyone gets to get verified. But yeah, here we go. Acid is now in the game. Walker is out, and Here we go. Okay.
This is a last-ditch effort if I've ever did see it.
Is this a viewer private battle now? What's going on here? Acid was in chat earlier. All right.
They seem to be ready. Like, it seems like they're all ready to go. Sosa's the only one who hasn't readied up. Tower control on the reef is going to be a very interesting map. I know Sosa was on that. Sosa was on the sloshing machine.
In that Acid last does, game. Right?
Is that what Acid uses? I don't think so. No, I think Acid's a shooter.
I don't think they're bringing him in to do orange inzap. That's what Walker was doing here. I guess we'll find out.
I mean, they could.
We're readying up. DDAWG finding some new blood to come in here in this tournament deciding sets. Yeah, there's that machine. Yeah, so Sosa's going to the shot and Acid going to the machine, bringing out Charger as well. And no real surprises on the side of Cataclysm.
No, I still take Cataclysm here. I don't know. I don't have faith. I need to see it. Like I said, I need to see it first. Let's see what happens during this match. Already, missiles getting popped from this orange Enzap. Spamming some fizzies, trying to just give up some control of the bridge. Cataclysm kind of inching their way forward over the hump. Here comes Violet, though, with a sneaky flank. But Acid is able to land this splashdown, gonna get Voice, and that's 2 for 2 on the side, on either side. Violet's over here painting on the left side, and Acid has total control of this bridge. Probably not for long, though.
Yeah, that was a scary situation, because the two players died very quickly for DDAWG, and then you activate Splashdown in front of two people, but survives, actually gets a kill with it, and so far nobody's dead, or Acid has yet to die. And is in this 2v1 situation. Kills Inari, goes down eventually there, and the push getting started for Cataclysm as they start marching down. Sam Mikado pushed way up here for this first checkpoint, forcing one player to jump out. He's going to create a pincer there on some players, and Acid able to cancel the inkjet, but they do clear that first checkpoint, and they are approaching this second one here. Here comes the Stingray. It will slow down this push as Acid starts pushing up and trying to land a splashdown yet again, and that won't kill anybody, but it will turn their tree completely green. So, first checkpoint fallen, but the story on this map is really who can get across the second one.
Right, exactly. And I mean, hey, with 3 players going down, it's looking pretty good for DDAWG right now. Cataclysm, depending on Violet to at least put up a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a front. But Acid and Sosa are already moved way up into the enemy territory. Sosa with this inkjet and another splashdown going down, but that one doesn't land. Sam decides that he has had enough of Acid. Violet on the bridge with Sam underneath, and that's going to be a very orange map very soon.
You know, they would have got lead there, but missiles forced them off the tower, and that completely shut down the push. I mean, getting lead would have been nice, but really you want to get across that second checkpoint. But Sam Mikado now in a great position, gets an assist and a splat with that inkjet, and 2 players down, and here comes the Stingray, but missiles coming out right as they camped those missiles waiting for the Stingray to come out, and that delays it just enough for them to get across this checkpoint, even though 2 players die. Sam Mikado still kind of holding ground back here, takes down Sosa, and 2 more players for the side of DDAWG trying to make some plays here as well. But that checkpoint falling is huge, and that was a great play by Voice to time those missiles perfectly for when that Stingray came out.
Yeah, it was, but I think the real MVP of this push so far is Sam Mikado, who was in position as soon as they needed to be in that alley to make a bunch of room, get a couple of nice picks as DDAWG was coming out of their base. But DDAWG able to stabilize for right now, and already having to back up. We do see Acid on this bridge, going to be spamming fizzies, probably has LDE, so probably has a double fizzy right now. And so this is going to be a very intense battle for this upper area. We already see the Booyah Bomb coming out. All specials online for DDAWG. And already getting a very solid pick and the baller to save them as they get the pick on the inkjet. And this is going to be a losing fight for DDAWG. Popcorn and Acid going down as well. And that's a delayed wipe. And here comes the Cats. Pop gun.
Yeah, and they do have Stingray to try to stop this push, but man, the clock is ticking away. You don't want to be playing defense in this kind of situation with 1 loss ending your tournament run here. Sosa building up an Inkjet, but the Stingray player has died, so it's going to be down to this Inkjet who gets a nice pick on Inari, trying to take down Simicado as well. Does get an assist on it. Can they save this checkpoint? Violet hopping on with Elvis Chan, aka Popcorn. So they do save the checkpoint, but clock is ticking away. 50 seconds remaining here. Popcorn pushed up with Acid. They're going to have to get a lot of picks here if they want to find a way to get to that second checkpoint.
They need to make sure they stagger themselves out. They can't be overextending on these pushes. But unfortunately, Sam Mikado has control of this alleyway, but gets taken out. The T-Tech goes down as well. They lost control of the mid-bridge. They are coming in from all sides, Cataclysm. And Popcorn is not able to take out Violet before getting taken down themselves, and that's a delayed wipe. 20 seconds left, and there is not a lot of time to get back into this map. That was a very coordinated effort coming in from both sides from Cataclysm. That was a fantastic coordinated effort. Another pick going down. It's looking like it's going to be curtains for this tournament for DDAWG. They have 5 seconds to get on this tower, but these missiles, the chip damage from the Rapid Blaster, and Acid, the last bucket standing, is not able to do enough, and that is Cataclysm taking home the tournament. Testing Grounds 17, a clean sweep.
CAT-nya clysm, proving that they can play without armor, getting the nice 4-0 sweep there. 15 Tenta missiles. You know, what did we learn today? Everyone, let's gather around. Let's go around the table. What did we learn today? Yes, armor sucks, but I think it's a necessary evil. What we saw today, we saw double Stingray. We saw a crap ton of tentacles. Is armor really that bad now in retrospective? I guess is the question.
No, the problem is the entire balancing of this game revolving around one special. That's the problem. But I could talk about that for hours. Popgun, can I get a nya?
Nya. There you go. Some people redeemed it 1,000 points for nya, so there it is. Hope the money was worth it. So there you go. Cataclysm sweeps DDAWG. They are your testing ground number 17 champion. That wraps it up for us here at IPL. I don't think we have anything else to say, and it's only going to go off the rails more that we stay in here. Magic, where the fine people find you?
So, on screen soon, probably it's going to be magic_octo on twitter.com, and on Twitch it is magic8_ball, because everybody takes my name. Popgun, where can the good people find you, and what do they need to know about you?
Hey, we're doing Low Ink tomorrow, and I'm going to be at Help Desk telling you guys that you are idiots, like you are. But you can find me on Twitter at Mr_Popgun. We're going to be commentating the grand finals of Low Ink, the monthly major of low-level Splatoon. So exciting times there. I believe I don't know if there's anything we need to plug. I know Low Ink registration is closed, so if you're looking to sign up for Low Ink, tough cookies to you. But for everyone else, yes, make sure you watch the stream, support it, and I think I think that's all we really have to go off of here. So with that, we are going to call it a night. It is 12:16 here on the East Coast. It is Saturday morning. We need to go to bed and get ready for a big weekend. From all of us here at IPL, Sneck and Rays, I believe, are the tournament TOs for this one. Our producer, Krakenmare, doing a fantastic job behind the camera. I am Popgun, joined by Magic 8-Ball. All of us here at IPL, we wish you a good night. Once again, your final score, CAT-nya clysm 4-0 over DDAWG. And we will be back later with Low Ink here on IPL.